Hello, friends, and welcome to the show. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by the motherfucking Cash App. The Cash App, if you do not know, is the #1 finance app in the App Store, and it's a fantastic and very flexible application that allows you to do many, many things. You can send people money. You can save money with boosts. You know what boosts are? Well, boosts are linked to something that's called the Cash Card. It's a free debit card that comes with the Cash App, and it's powered by boosts. It's fucking real simple to use. You open up the Cash App, pick a boost that you like 10% off at Chipotle or $1 off at any coffee shop, and you just start saving. And boosts are unlimited, so it's like coupons you can use over and over and over again, and they're always getting more boosts. And if you're not ready to switch debit cards, you don't have to. With the Cash App, you can instantly transfer funds to your Cash Card for free. So when you see a boost you like, you just add funds, swipe, and save. Cash App is also the easiest way for you to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin. Most Bitcoin exchanges take days for a bank transfer to become investable, but through the Cash App, it takes seconds. You can literally hold your breath, and it's done. Invest as little as $1, and boom, you own Bitcoin. Do you want to own Bitcoin? Get yourself the Cash App. And if that wasn't sweet enough, from now until the end of August, when you download the Cash App from the App Store or the Google Play Market, you enter the referral code Joe Rogan, all one word, you will get $10, not 5, but 10. And the Cash App will also send $10 to support our good friend Justin Wren's Fight for the Forgotten charity. They are building wells for the pygmies. They have built several wells. They're in the process of building more through this promotion. They have raised thousands and thousands of dollars. It is providing a real good, and we are honored to be a part of this and very, very happy. So get that Cash App. Get yourself a Cash Card. It's a win-win. And make sure you enter the referral code Joe Rogan. One word, all one word. We're also brought to you by my all-time favorite underwear, MeUndies. They're here to change your underwear. Not literally, but they're here to change the way you think about underwear. They believe that undies shouldn't take themselves too seriously, and they believe that undies should be soft, fit every booty like it was made for every booty, and they offer fun patterns that give you the freedom to express yourself. I love MeUndies. They are my absolute all-time favorite underwear, and I wear them every day. I do not wear other underwear. I have occasionally had to wear other underwear, like when I got evacuated from the fire. I had to buy underwear, and I bought cotton underwear, and they fucking sucked. MeUndies are far, far better. They're made with something called micromodal, which is a sustainable fabric that is just way softer than cotton. And MeUndies has all stuff for women now, too. Ooh, boy. MeUndies believes that every woman should have the freedom to wear whatever they want, whatever color they want, whatever size they want. So ladies, rejoice. The Feel Free collection is here. MeUndies size tested these 5 new silhouettes on every body type with an ultra-soft, feather-light waistband that provides 0 restriction. These undies will be the best thing that has ever been on your body. And their offers in sizes from extra small to 4XL. The Feel Free collection offers an ultra soft waistband that maximizes comfort with a weightless feel, designed with you in mind. I don't know how that works. Do they know you? Aren't you different than everybody else? New prints drop every Tuesday, so undie exhaustion be gone. And MeUndies offers a flexible membership that has styles with both men and women, matching your body, matching your person, your bae, your boo, and even your dog. What? They don't just have undies, folks. They also have super soft and comfy onesies and loungewear. You can lounge in MeUndies. I love them. They also have a great offer for the listeners of this podcast. Any first-time purchasers, you get 15% off and free shipping. It's a no-brainer, especially because they have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Who the fuck gives you a 100% satisfaction guarantee on underwear? MeUndies. That's it. To get your 15% off for your first pair, free shipping, and 100% satisfaction guarantee, go to MeUndies.com/Rogan. That's MeUndies.com ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. We're also brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Folks, if you're trying to hire somebody, you know what a pain in the ass it is, right? You're low on resources already. You don't have time to be going all these different job boards. It's annoying. Well, what you need in your life is ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter sends your job to over 100 of the web's leading job boards, but they don't stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience and invites them to apply for your job. Ha-ha! Now, as applications come in, ZipRecruiter analyzes each one and spotlights the top candidates so you never miss a great match. Do you know what a great idea that is? To get people to apply to your job? I mean, come on. ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. And how about this? You can try it for free. Listeners to this podcast can try ZipRecruiter for free at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And last but not least, we're brought to you by SimpliSafe. According to studies, over 10% of break-ins are planned beforehand. The rest are spur of the moment. Crimes of opportunity. In other words, they're random. But did you know that most break-ins happen between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. in the middle of the day? According to the FBI, the average loss in a burglary is over $2,000, and that can be hard to recover from. And homes without security are 300% more likely to be broken into. 65% of burglaries are committed by someone that the victim knows. And July and August are when most burglaries occur. And what's crazy is that only 1 in 5 homes have security. Well, SimpliSafe is the solution. SimpliSafe provides excellent security that protects every door, window, and room with 24/7 professional monitoring, and they make it easy on you. There's no contract, no hidden fees or fine print, and SimpliSafe has won a ton of awards, from CNET to the New York Times Wirecutter. Prices are always fair and honest, and they have around-the-clock monitoring for just $15 a month. But one thing that makes SimpliSafe truly stand out is their video verification technology. When other home security systems are triggered, a lot of time the police assume it's a false alarm and the call goes to the bottom of the list, but not with SimpliSafe. Using their video verification technology, they are able to visually confirm that a break-in is happening, allowing police to get to the scene 3.5 times faster than other home security companies. And you can visit SimpliSafe.com/Rogan and you'll get free shipping and a 60-day risk-free trial. You got nothing to lose. Go now and be sure you go to SimpliSafe.com/Rogan so that they know that this show sent you. SimpliSafe. SimpliSafe.com/Rogan. My guest today, is running for president. He is super popular. He really needs no introduction. You know him, you love him, or you don't. But either way, I do. He's a great guy. I really enjoyed talking to him. Give it up for Bernie Sanders.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
And we're live. Hello, Bernie.
How are you, Joe?
Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
It's exciting to have you here, man. And it's obviously an exciting time for you. Presidential campaign is up in full swing. Do you get frustrated by the time constraints of the debates?
Absolutely. You shouldn't even call them a debate. What they are is a reality TV show in which you have to come up with a soundbite and all that stuff. It is the meaning. It's the meaning to the candidates, and it's the meaning to the American people. You can't explain the complexity of healthcare in America in 45 seconds. Nobody can.
But why is it still done that way? If you try to let's pull this thing. Bring it right there. There you go.
I think the DNC is in a difficult position. They have 20-plus candidates, and they want to give everybody a fair shot, which is the right thing to do. And then if you're going to have 10 candidates up on the stage, what do? But there are other ways that we've got to do it because the issues facing this country are so enormous and in some cases so complicated. Nobody in the world can honestly explain them in 45 seconds. And then what encourages people to do is to come up with sound bites and do absurd things. If I yelled and screamed on the show, I took my clothes off, we get a lot of publicity, right? But if you give a thoughtful answer to a complicated question, it's not so sexy for the media.
Well, you don't even have a chance to give a thoughtful answer. Like Tulsi Gabbard went after Kamala Harris, and then Kamala Harris had about 12 seconds to reply to it. It was so ridiculous to have something that's such an important issue. Like, did you or did you not put all those people in jail for marijuana? Did you laugh about it? Did this happen? Did that happen? All these different things. Was evidence withheld? Right. These are long conversations.
But it takes us to another issue, and that as a nation we do a pretty bad job in analyzing and discussing the serious issues facing our country. And I hold the media to some degree responsible for that. Other countries, what they do is they say, Joe, you want to run for president? I'll tell you what, with your party in the general election, we're going to give you a certain amount of time, hours, on television. And you use those hours any way you want. You want a 15-minute discourse. You remember Ross Perot?
Yes.
And people used to laugh at Ross Perot because he used to get up there with a chart and all this stuff. And the media made fun of him. But in fact, he tried in his own way to explain his point of view to the American people. And we need serious discussion on serious issues.
Well, he had because he was so rich, he had the ability to buy airtime on network television, which is pretty unprecedented. He just bought a chunk of airtime and then pled his case.
But you know what goes on in other countries? You don't have to buy that time. What the obligation is, if you are a network, you're going to make that time free and available to candidates.
Do you think that that's something that could be viable in America? I mean, could you convince CBS and NBC and ABC to go along with something like that?
No, you couldn't convince them. You'd have to pass legislation to make that happen.
But everyone's online today. The entire country is essentially getting email and Facebook and all that jazz. Like, why bother doing it in this particular medium that has an inherent time constraint?
Well, you're right. I mean, the Internet has revolutionized politics. And in many ways, good ways. We use our social media, our email list, which is very large. Every day we're sending out stuff, and other candidates are doing it the same way. But television still has a very important role to be playing.
I'm sure it does, but I mean the ability to discuss things in long form, like you can do online, like you can do right here, right now.
Right.
You can't get that on television.
Well, you could. I mean,
could
if you had... Sure,
but they would have to interrupt you every 15 minutes or so.
No.
commercials.
No, what I'm saying about is and what goes on in other countries. If I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to this. I think in the UK, you're a member of the Labour Party, you're a candidate. Mm-hmm. Here's 30 minutes of time, and you do with it as you want. You want to speak 30 minutes on healthcare, whatever it may be, you can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
And they don't interrupt with commercials?
No. That's the law that they have given. This is the candidate's opportunity to speak at length to the people of the country.
What are the misconceptions of you? Because here's the if you go to the knee-jerk conservative reaction, you talk to people who are not interested in anyone that wants to be a democratic socialist. They hear the name Bernie Sanders. The negative implications are that you are somehow or another going to take their money. Right? Is that annoying to you?
Yes, it is. Of course it is. And also that I'm Mr. Maduro, I'm a dictator, I love dictatorships and all that stuff. And the truth is, Joe, that if you look at the issues that I campaign on and what I believe on, they are really not terribly radical. They exist in many countries all over the world. For example, we can start on healthcare if you'd like. Is the idea that healthcare is a human right, not a privilege, a radical idea?
I don't think it is.
It's not. And the truth is, we are the only major country on earth. Many people don't know this. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right, and yet we end up spending almost twice as much per capita on health care. The function, and you can argue with me if you want, but the function of the current health care system is not to provide quality care to all. It is to make tens of billions of dollars in profit for the drug companies and the insurance companies. That's the function. If you go to Canada, and I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border, you have major heart surgery. You're in the hospital for a month. Do you know what the bill is when you get out?
$0.
You got it. You go to any doctor you want. You don't have to take out your wallet. And yet they guarantee health care to all of their people, and they spend one half of what we spend. That's kind of what I want to do, and I don't think that that's terribly radical. We have a program now, which everybody knows. It's called Medicare. It was started by Lyndon Johnson back in 1965. It is a popular program. All that I want to do over a 4-year period is to expand it. Today, eligibility age is 65. I want to take it down to 55, 45, 35, everybody over a 4-year period. That's about it. And I want to expand benefits to include dental care, hearing aids, and eyeglasses as well. That's about it. Not too radical.
That doesn't sound radical at all. Now, when you say that Canada spends less, obviously they have less people. You mean less per capita?
Yes, half per capita. Exactly, per capita. And the quality of care is as good or better. Do they have problems? Yeah, they have problems. Everybody has problems. But overall, the healthcare experts will tell you the quality of care there is as good or better than it is in our country.
So what's the hurdle?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly what the hurdle is. The hurdle is exactly the same thing as in every other aspect of our lives. It's the power of money. All right, listen to this. Over the last 20 years, the drug companies alone have spent $4.5 billion in 20 years on lobbying and campaign contributions. That's what we're up against. The knowledge, and I mark my words, within a short period of time, you will see TV ads in California, all over this country, demonizing Bernie Sanders. He wants to do this terrible thing to you. He wants to do that. They have unbelievable amounts of money, and politicians are frightened of that power. I'll give you one example. Back in 2016, I got involved here in a little way with an effort on the part of the nurses to control the cost of prescription drugs in California. You may recall that effort.
I do.
It was a ballot item in one state here in California. Do you know how much the drug companies alone spent to defeat that effort? They spent $131 million on one ballot item in one state. All right. Last year, the top 10 drug companies made $69 billion. A week ago, I went to Canada with a number of Americans who are dealing with diabetes. We bought insulin in Windsor, Ontario for 1/10 the price, 10% of the price, same exact product being charged in America. So you got drug companies that are engaged in collusion and in price fixing who are incredibly greedy. And the result is many elderly people, many working people simply cannot afford the medicine they need. It's unbelievable. And the reason for all of that stuff is we are the only country in the world that does not negotiate with the drug companies. They can charge you any price they want. And that has to do with the fact that we don't have a national health care program. Medicare is not negotiating, et cetera.
Is this something that can really be implemented inside of 4 years?
Yeah,
it seems like it's an enormous endeavor.
Well, I want you to think back, Joe. In 1965, you had Lyndon Johnson as president. And by the way, this idea of national health care, this has been talked about literally since Teddy Roosevelt. This is not a new concept. Healthcare is a human right. That's what Teddy Roosevelt was talking about. That's what FDR was talking about. Harry Truman was talking about it. Kennedy was talking about it. Kennedy got killed. Lyndon Johnson picked up the mantle. And their idea was, according to people in their administration, we'll start with the elderly who are most impacted by healthcare costs and sickness. We'll start, and they did. In 1965, without the technology we have today, they implemented Medicare. 19 million people, elderly people, signed up in the first year. So if you could start a brand new program and have 19 million people sign up with a technology that is way, way behind where we are today, why can't we, over a 4-year period, simply expand that program? I don't think it's such a difficult operation. So
when you talk about the drug companies and the lobbyists and the enormous amount of money that they spend, does this exist anywhere else other than the United States, lobbyists on that level?
No, of course not. And the reason, in Canada, what you have is you have a national health care program and so forth. And they sit down and, they negotiate with the drug companies. They have their own approach. But every other major country on earth says to the drug companies, of course you can't charge us any price you want. This is a reasonable price. Tell me what your profits are, what your expenditures are. This is a price. For us, you can walk in, if you have an illness, you could walk into the pharmacy tomorrow and the price has been doubled. And you say to the pharmacist, what happened? He said, they just raised their prices. They could do it any day they want, any price they want.
Now, lobbyists are, in general, when people talk about lobbyists, it's an unattractive term. We think of it in terms of a negative. We don't think of, oh, thank God there's lobbyists. We think, wow, there's someone with enormous amounts of money. using that money to gain influence on politicians, and it shapes regular people. It shapes our lives mostly in a negative way. This is the way most people look at it. I'm not saying it's correct. Why do we have that system in place? Like, why do we have lobbyists? Why is it legal for someone to spend exorbitant amounts of money to affect our civilization, to affect the way our culture works?
All right, now you're taking us into a whole new area.
Yeah.
All right, let's look. All right, let me detour and I'll come back.
Please do.
All right. Today in America, you got 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of the American society. You don't see that on television too much, do you?
No, you don't.
3 people. You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 92%. Listen to this. This is a statistic we recently saw. It came from the Federal Reserve. Over the last 30 years, the top 1% has seen a $21 trillion increase in their wealth. The bottom half of America has seen a $900 billion decline in their wealth. So what you have in America today is a relatively small number of incredibly wealthy people. And I deal with these guys every day. People say, oh, we're talking about rich. You don't know what rich is, what multi-billion-dollar operations are. Incredible power over our society. And if you were the pharmaceutical industry, and last year 10 companies made $69 billion in profit, you're sitting around right now saying, all right, that's great. How do we do better next year? What strategy do we have? We're going to put a lot of ads on. We're going to work with during the CNN debate that I participated in recently, in the debate, right in the middle of the debate, the drug companies and the insurance companies had an ad telling how bad Medicare for all would be. So they're smart guys. And they use their power over politicians. They use their power over the media. They spend billions of dollars on advertising on media to make sure that they make as much as they can in profit. But it's not any different with Wall Street. It's not any different with the fossil fuel industry or the prison industrial complex. These guys have wealth, they have power, and they could care less about the needs of working people in this country. And that's the dynamic of American politics right now. And in our campaign, look, we're taking them all on. And I know it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. But we are taking on all of these entities and all of their wealth and all of their power. And that's what a political revolution is about.
So the real problem seems to be that they have this strategy of unlimited growth, not that they're not providing medication that people need to save their lives. I mean, it's obviously important to have pharmaceutical companies.
Of course.
Right. So there's good that they provide, but the business aspect of it is where the problem lies, right?
Right. Look, they have great researchers, but if you check how they even spend their money, they will tell you this, all of their money on research and development. We're tackling cancer. We're tackling diabetes, Alzheimer's. The truth is, of course they are. But the bulk of their money is going off into what we call Me Too drugs. They make modest changes in a drug, which really doesn't improve people's well-being in order to make profits. So the answer is yes. We need, obviously, vigorous research and development. And by the way, your tax dollars, all of our tax dollars, often goes to that research, and we don't get the benefit of it in terms of lower prices.
So it's a business model issue.
Exactly.
It's a greed issue.
You've got it.
And how would one stop that? When you're dealing with the kind of influence that you're talking about with $69 billion in a year, I mean, the resources they have, how would you stop that?
Well, that is kind of what we call the $64 question.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll tell you what I think. This is what I believe. If you think back on American history and you think about the real changes that have taken place in society, you think about the labor movement and working class people standing up and saying to their employers, we're not going to be treated like animals anymore. You can't hire and fire us. You can't work us, 15 hours a day. We deserve dignity. And you think about the growth of the labor movement, of millions of people beginning to stand together and fight. You think about the civil rights movement, And it wasn't just Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It was, again, millions of African Americans and their white allies saying, we're going to end segregation and racism in this country. Think about the women's movement. 100 years ago, women in America didn't even have the right to vote. Think about the gay rights movement. Think about the environmental. The only way that change takes place is when ordinary people come together and stand up and fight and say that the status quo is not working. And that's what I believe, and that's what we're trying to do. So the message of our campaign is it's us, not me, because I can't do it alone. Let me be very honest with you. If I were elected president tomorrow, I can't do the things that I would like to do, that I'm campaigning on, unless millions of people were working with me to tell the corporate elite that they cannot get it all.
So how would that be implemented? Let's say you become president. You're going to become president? What do you think?
I think we got a shot at it.
Got a shot. All right. President Bernie, what do you do? You get in there. What do you do?
Okay. First of all, you make it clear to the American people what your agenda is. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk about an agenda in more than 12 seconds. All right, what does that mean? All right, we're going to fight for Medicare for all. We're going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We are going to deal with education in a profound way. Yes, a profound way, because I worry about what's going on in education today. Everybody knows that the ages of 0 through 4 are the most important years for human intellectual and emotional development, right? Every psychologist will tell you that. And yet we have a totally dysfunctional early childhood system. We pay our child care workers starvation wages, yet working class families cannot find affordable quality child care. You got our public school systems all around this country, in many of them really being challenged right now. Teachers are underpaid. Teachers are working 2 or 3 jobs. You got kids who can't afford to go to college. And here's something that is just unbelievable. Kids who have gone to college leaving school with $50,000, $100,000 in debt. Unbelievable. These are issues that we have to deal with, and I will deal with them. And we are going to substantially improve the quality of education in America. We're going to cancel student debt by imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. All right, so you got to deal with education. You got to deal with climate change. You know, the truth is that Donald Trump is dead wrong. Climate change is not a hoax. It is a very, very dangerous reality for our country and the rest of the world. Scientists tell us we have less than 12 years to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel, or there will be irreparable damage. All right. So those are, and healthcare, of course, for all. So those are some of the major issues: criminal justice, immigration reform. You lay it on the table. You say these are the issues that we are going to focus on. And you rally the American people around those issues. And you tell people like Mitch McConnell, who represents a very poor state in Kentucky, that Mitch, if you are going to oppose raising that minimum wage to at least $15 an hour, I will be in Kentucky as president of the United States. And we're going to have a rally because you're going to have to stop representing. And I hope, by the way, that Mitch McConnell is not the leader. I hope the Democrats can gain control over the Senate. But if he is, we'll put enormous pressure on him to do what the people want. Every idea, Joe, here's the bottom line on this thing. Every idea that I've just talked to you about is supported by a majority of the American people. These are not radical ideas.
Let's take these one step at a time, because you mentioned a lot of important things there. Let's go with the minimum wage thing. Now, the argument that I've heard about the minimum wage being raised to $15 an hour is that there are entry-level positions for high school kids, for people that are just getting their feet wet in the marketplace. They're learning how to work. They're making some money after school. That if you charge, or if businesses have to pay $15 an hour to people like that, to entry-level people, that they won't be able to stay open.
Well, first of all, they will be competing against, if you're a business and I'm a business, and both of us have to raise our wages at the same level, we both have the same burden, so it's spread across. That is what my conservative colleagues will tell you. The truth is, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, that while it certainly is true that young people do work at McDonald's and the minimum wage jobs, a significant and majority of the workers are not kids. They are often, and I've met them at McDonald's, they are workers who have children themselves. When we work very hard to raise the minimum wage at Amazon and at Disney, we put pressure on both of those companies, and they did the right thing. And when you talk to the people at Amazon who got that raise, these are not kids. These are people in their 30s. These are ordinary adults who cannot make it on $12 or $13 an hour. So I think the argument that, they're all kids is not really quite accurate.
Well, not even that they're all kids, but that if they are kids, what would you think about making a minimum wage for someone who's under 18 that's different from a minimum wage for someone who's a legal adult?
I'm not for that. I think we do it And look, many of these young people have their own needs. I just talked to a young woman last night who is working, going to college, working full-time, trying to take care of her family as well. So I think, look, the minimum wage has not been raised in 10 years. It is now $7.25 an hour, which is clearly unacceptable. The cost of housing, California, all over this country, is rising fairly rapidly. People can't afford health care, can't afford college. I don't think it's asking our employers too much to pay at least $15 an hour minimum wage.
Now, I'm glad you brought up Amazon, because one of the things that always freaks me out is when I find out that enormous corporations that make billions of dollars have tax loopholes where they literally pay no money. How is that possible, and how do you stop that?
Well, it's the same thing as the drug companies. How is it possible that we pay 10 times more for insulin in this country and for other drugs than in Canada or countries around the world? And the answer is it's power. So what is the goal of major corporations in America? It's to be deregulated as much as possible. So in some cases they can pollute our water, our air, our environment. It's also not to pay any taxes. Trump campaigned, as you recall, he said, my tax plan is not going to benefit the wealthy. It's going to benefit working people. Well, it turns out over 10 years, 83% of the benefit at the end of 10 years goes to the top 1%. That's what these guys do. I remember I'm called the ranking member on the Budget Committee in the Senate. And some guy came forward representing, one of the big business organizations. And this is their agenda. Their agenda was to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and to do away with all corporate taxes. So what you have right now, that's what greed is about. They want it all. So as you indicated, you have a company like Amazon, owned by Jeff Bezos, who happens to be the wealthiest guy in America, worth about $150 billion. Amazon paid zero in federal income taxes. And it's not just them. Dozens of corporations paid nothing or very, very little. And on top of all of that, you got these guys able to stash all over the world trillions of dollars in the Cayman Islands, in Bermuda, in Luxembourg, and other tax havens. That is insane, and that has got to end.
Yeah. How is it legal to do that? Why is it legal?
Joe, it is legal because they make the laws.
Right.
All right? That is what here you're touching now on the heart and soul of the tragedy of American politics. How does it happen that on issue after issue, the American people, the working class of this country, want something, nobody pays any attention to it, but billionaires want something, and it gets done? And that has to do with a corrupt political system. So right now, if you are the Koch brothers or some multi-billionaire, you say to the leadership of the Republican Party, and in some cases to the Democratic Party, hey, guess what? We're prepared to put hundreds of millions of dollars into your campaign. Hundreds of millions of dollars coming from one or two people. And here is my agenda. I want tax breaks. I want a trade system which will enable me to shut down in this country and go to China or Mexico and pay people there $2 an hour. I want to be able to do more pollution because I don't like all of this, money I have to spend preventing pollution of the air or the water. That's what I want you to do. And by the way, I'm worried about the deficit, so you may as well cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. How many Americans actually believe that we should give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid? Very few. That is, talk to Mitch McConnell. Get Mitch on the show. That is exactly what he believes.
But that's ridiculous, right? And it seems that if you just took away those tax breaks, the enormous amount of money that would come from those corporations having to pay their fair share would take care of a lot of the expenses of all these things that you're proposing.
Exactly.
Okay, let's talk about the education, because the idea of free education is a wonderful thing for people. The idea that you get out of college and you're in debt in an insane amount that you might have 10, 20 years where you have to pay it back. And I know many people that are in that situation.
Joe, there are people who are getting their Social Security checks garnished right now. It's not 10 or 20 years. In some cases, it's literally a lifetime. Now,
a lot of that is it's got to in some way be preventable by what we're talking about here.
Absolutely.
All right. Is that how you would pay for it? How would
I'll tell you exactly how we would pay for it. Okay. And we pay for every idea that we have, we pay for. And we pay for it by understanding that today we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. And we have, in many cases, the wealthy and large corporations paying nothing or very little in taxes. Here is the issue in terms of education. 40, 50 years ago, you were an average American working class person. You graduated high school. Especially if there was a union around, you can go out and get a job and make it into the middle class. You could own your own home. You could send your kids to school. You lived a pretty good life. You made it in the middle class. 40 or 50 years later, there's an explosion of technology. There's a growth in unfettered free trade. And it is clear now that most people, to make it into the middle class, are going to need a higher education. That's college, or maybe it's technical training in order to become a skilled worker. It is insane to me to deny working class people and lower income people the opportunity to get that education because the cost of college has soared. So all that I say is that 100 plus years ago, the American people said that we should have free public education. I went to a public school. My parents didn't pay a nickel. Went to kindergarten. I went through the 12th grade. Pretty good education in Brooklyn, New York. All that I'm saying is the world has changed, and a high school degree is not good enough anymore. So expand that concept through college. Now, guess what? 50 years ago, do you know how much the University of California, a very great university, cost in terms of tuition?
How much?
Virtually free.
What's it now?
I don't know, but it's pretty high. It is high. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. So you had great universities like the University of California, City University of New York, state colleges all over this country, where tuition was virtually free. And then what happened, for a variety of political reasons, states and the federal government started cutting back on higher education and put more and more burden on the student with higher and higher tuition, which is where we are today. So all that I'm saying is in the year 2019, 2020, if our working class kids are going to go out and get the jobs that are out there, they need a higher education, which should be tuition free. In terms of the cancellation of debt, which is my view, you got 45 million people who are dealing with debt. I'll never forget this. This is where it really hit me. I was in Burlington, Vermont, and I had a meeting on an issue, and a young woman comes up and she says, she's a doctor. She graduated medical school. She's very happy. She's practicing in a community health center, loves what she's doing. She said, Bernie, I got to tell you, though, I am $300,000 in debt for having gone to medical school. I couldn't believe it. I was in Iowa, a young woman, $400,000 in debt. This is not unusual for medical schools and dental schools. And, you know, ordinary people, $50,000, $100,000 for going to college or getting a master's degree. We promised these young people, we said, go to college, go out and get an education, you'll get decent paying jobs. Well, the answer is they have not been able to do that. So what we have proposed in one piece of legislation, or two actually, is to make public colleges and universities tuition free, cancel all student debt in this country. That will cost $2.2 trillion, a lot of money, over a 10-year period. We do this through a tax on Wall Street speculation, which will bring in $2.4 trillion. We bailed out Wall Street 11 years ago. And by the way, these are crooks on Wall Street who engaged in illegal behavior. Taxpayers, against my vote, bailed them out. If we can bail out Wall Street, you know what? We can cancel student debt and provide public colleges and universities tuition free.
When you say a tax on Wall Street speculation, what exactly do you mean?
It will be a tax on all of the every sale of a tax. People buy and sell stocks and bonds all of the time. We have a very modest tax on that. And by the way, it will have an impact on speculation by cutting back on the high frequency trading, which we now see.
So you would just there's no current tax on this?
Correct.
So you would put a small amount, and that would do the job? That would
raise more than enough money. It's a very small tax. It exists.
When you say small, how much?
It depends on the nature of the transaction, but it's less than 0.5%.
Really?
Yeah.
And that would cover?
Because the amount of stocks being sold,
Right.
bought and sold. And this is not, again, a new idea. It's being done in countries all over the world.
What about here's one of the darkest things about student loans is that if you go bankrupt, it doesn't matter. You still owe that. And that's kind of crazy. I mean, if you have like a serious medical issue, if you're held up, whatever happens to you that's awful, you go bankrupt, most of those things are resolved, but not student loans.
Right. I mean, again, this talks to the and that has to do with bankruptcy law, which was passed against my vote. And while you're on bankruptcy, and I should have mentioned this before, when you talk about the healthcare system, 500,000 Americans every single year go bankrupt because of medical bills that they can't pay. But you're right, with student, I talked to this guy in Nevada, I'll never forget it. The guy says, Bernie, I'm owing the guy's in his 50s. And he said, I've been paying off my student debt for years. I'm going nowhere because the interest rates are high. And I fear very much, which is the case, that they will start garnishing, taking away my Social Security checks, taking money away from me. So people are carrying this burden. The result is that they can't, in many cases, get married and have kids. They certainly can't buy a home. They can't buy a car. They are really crushed by this debt. And what was their crime? What did they do? They tried to get a higher education. I think that's pretty crazy.
And a lot of them, when they do this higher education, they're 18 years old. Imagine making a decision when your brain isn't even fully formed that's going to affect you for the rest of your life.
You got it. Yeah, exactly right. And you talk to these kids, well, how much debt do you owe? What kind of interest rates you're paying? Gee, I really don't know. They just told me to sign over here. That's all right.
Now, right now, we are a week, not even a week out, just a few days away from 2 mass shootings in a row. And whenever these things happen, there's all these people that want action, but nobody knows exactly what to do. There's calls for gun control. There's calls for mental health reform. There's calls for, what, if anything, can be done to stop these things from happening? And how have you sat down and tried to come up with some sort of a solution? And is there a solution?
Look, I would be lying to you if I told you I had a magical answer. I don't. And this is such a horrific situation. We were in, we had a town meeting. We were in Nevada, actually, in Las Vegas, when El Paso happened. And we did a town meeting, and I said, okay, let's take a moment of silence to remember the victims and pray for the survivors. Literally, the next day, in another part of Las Vegas, I had to do it again. And I said, I can't believe that just yesterday we did this and I have to do it again. This is, I don't know what the words, my friend Beto O'Rourke would say, you don't know what words, what can you say? It happens again and again. Who can imagine some lunatic walking into a school or a mall or just on a nightclub area and taking out an assault weapon and shooting down people? And that we almost become to accept this as a normal part of American life is incredible, is just totally demoralizing. All right, so here's what I think. There's no magical answer, but let me tell you what I think. First of all, this is the reality. The reality is that today, as we speak, there are approximately 400 million guns in America today. We have more guns than we have people. We have between 5 to 10 million assault weapons. And an assault weapon, as you know, is a military-style weapon designed to kill human beings kind of rapidly. And then on top of that, we have, again, nothing to be proud of, but, we have a number of mentally unstable people, for whatever reason, are walking the streets, they're suicidal, they're homicidal. That's the mix that we have. I think the answer is, and I'm not the guy to invent all these ideas, but here's some of what we have to do. First of all, if you want to own a gun in America, we have got to know that you are a stable person, and that means that we need to expand the background checks that currently exist. Okay, so we've got to know, did you beat up your wife? Have you committed crimes? Et cetera, et cetera. What is the state of your mental health? Number two, we got to make that universal. Number two, right now, there is a background check if you walk into a gun show, into a gun shop, but you can buy guns in various states at a gun show, and you don't have to do any of that. So if you and I go to a gun show, you sell me a gun, I don't have to, right. I don't have to do that. Third of all, I can today legally walk into a gun show, pass the background check, and buy a dozen guns, walk out and sell them to criminal elements who will use them for bad things. So I think those are issues that most Americans believe we have got to deal with, and we can. Fourthly, I happen to believe, and I believe this for 30 years, that we should not be selling or distributing assault weapons in this country. They are weapons of mass destruction in a sense. They kill people rapidly, as we saw. And thank God, by the way, when we talk about both Dayton and El Paso, thank God, cops were there very, very quickly and did an incredible job. Because if that guy had walked into the nightclub, there could have been dozens and dozens more people killed within a few minutes' time. I happen to believe, that we should not be selling or distributing assault weapons in this country. That's my view, period. So I believe in a ban on assault weapons. And I think we have got to begin thinking about when we have 5 to 10 million assault weapons, which is more than the U.S. military has, we have to think about a strong licensing procedure in terms of who owns these assault weapons. So that's some of what I think. There are many other things, but those are some of the ideas that are out there.
Now, the legal gun owners who are law-abiding citizens who would never in a million years think about going around shooting people, but they love guns. They hear this kind of stuff about like banning assault rifles, banning assault weapons. They don't even like the term assault weapons, right? They like to refer to them as their individual names for whatever they are. These people feel like this is an inexorable part of being an American, that you should be able to own a gun. It's written into our Bill of Rights. It's written into our the way this country was founded. It's the Second Amendment. What do you say to those people that don't want to give up their guns, but they wouldn't do, and they want to protect themselves? They feel like these guns are viable options to protect themselves from criminals.
I understand that. And Joe, as you may know, I'm a senator from the state of Vermont. And the state of Vermont is one of the most rural states in America. Every fall, we've got whole thousands and thousands of people are out in the woods hunting. And it's something that's part of our tradition. I believe in it. I believe in the Second Amendment. But all that I ask of the gun owners, and you're absolutely right, 99.9% of gun owners would never in a million billion years think of doing these horrible things. But in the moment that we are living in, I think that we're all going to have to make, some concessions to the reality of what is going on, and that is that there is a small number of, call them what you want, depraved people who are prepared to do that. In Australia, you remember that terrible, New Zealand, I'm sorry, the terrible shooting at the mosque, and they moved pretty quickly in an aggressive way. So, I wish I can say in the best of all possible worlds, yeah, you can own any weapon you want and so forth and so on. We're not living in the best of all possible worlds. We're living in a world where we're shocked every day by horror. So,
I agree we are living in a terrible situation. I mean, there's hundreds of mass shootings a year now, which is insane. And if you look at the number in comparison to the rest of the world, it's crazy. Like a big one in another country is like 3 mass shootings in a year. We had more than 270. It's crazy. But how would you implement something like this?
Well, the idea of banning assault weapons has been done. In 1994, we banned assault weapons, I believe it was for 10 years. That ban was undone by a Republican majority. And it didn't, I'm not suggesting, by the way, that anything here that if you banned assault weapons tomorrow that it would radically change everything. But we have got to do the best that we can do. And again, I preface my remarks by telling you I don't have a magical solution. You got hundreds of millions of guns out there. You have people who should not be owning these guns, who get set off by God knows what, and do terrible things. All we can do is the best that we can do. But to say we can't do anything, I think is a real disservice to the American. Now, I'll tell you something else that bothers me, in addition to the horror of seeing people lying on the street dead, is what this is doing to the children of this country, and I think we underestimate that. I have 7 grandchildren, and for them and for kids all over this country, you're going to see the fall's coming, kids coming back to school. You're going to see in schools all over America drills. All right, this is what you do if somebody walks into the school. All right, you're going to hide under here. You go over there. Kids, a couple of months ago, I was in Iowa. This guy is about 6'2", big guy, probably a football player. And he says, Senator Sanders, I got to tell you that the young people in my school are increasingly frightened, terrified about what could happen in the school. Think about what the trauma of what this gun violence is doing. So I think we're all, as Americans, there ain't no easy answers here, but I think we're all going to have to come together and figure this one out and do the best that we can.
Now, would that mean forcibly removing these guns from people's homes?
I don't think you're going to have the FBI knocking on somebody's doors and taking that. That's not what we do in America.
But if we have 400 million guns already out there, and they're building more every year, right now as we speak, gun manufacturers are making more guns. This is happening right now. So if those guns already exist, there's more than enough.
Oh, yeah.
How would you stop?
Well, again, I think, look, I do think there should be a ban on assault weapons. So that means that manufacturers would not be able to produce or sell those weapons.
To American citizens,
yes.
But not to the military, obviously.
Right, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and your point is well taken. If you got 400 million guns out there, So I think there are approaches. No one has any magical solution, but I've given you I'll tell you something else that I didn't mention, and that is the role of gun manufacturers, is that if you are a gun manufacturer and you are selling a hell of a lot of guns to a gun store in an area which normally you would not think. I mean, these guys know, what cities buy, what towns buy, how many guns. And if suddenly there is a tremendous demand, you got to be thinking why is this gun store buying so many guns? Doesn't reflect the population in the area. You got to deal with that issue with the gun owners. Have to take some responsibility.
Besides the guns.
The gun manufacturers,
right,
I'm sorry.
Right. Besides the guns and the gun manufacturers, the other gigantic issue is mental health.
Yeah.
The only way any of this ever happens is someone has to be insanely mentally depraved. This is the only way. And many of them are medicated. And many of them are on pharmaceutical drugs, and they have been since they were children, including amphetamines like Adderall and Prozac and all this different stuff that has varied effects on the human brain. What could be done and what would you done to analyze this, to find out what the cause and effect are, and to try to figure out what role and how much these drugs are responsible?
Well, two things. Let me respond first by saying it goes without saying that we have a mental health crisis in America before we even talk about drugs. And for whatever reason, there are a whole lot of people. And the nature of our healthcare system, getting back to healthcare, is I just talked to a woman literally last night, and we had a town meeting. And she said, this is unbelievable. She said, Bernie, I was in Las Vegas when the terrible shooting took place, okay? And now I am, and I can understand this perfectly. I'm seeing Dayton and I'm watching television El Paso, and I'm getting a PTSD reaction. All right, and that's totally if you were in a place where people were shot down, and she said, I'm trying to get counseling, I can't find it. I remember a woman called up my office in Burlington, Vermont, and she said, I'm worried about my husband, my brother was his brother, what he might do to himself or somebody else. We're looking for mental health counseling. We can't find something that we can afford. So we need, above and beyond gun violence, we need, and this is why I believe in Medicare for all, mental health is health care. You break your arm, that's a health issue. That's a medical issue. Mental health is a medical issue. And we have got to make mental health counseling available to all people in this country when they need it, not 6 months from now, at a price they can afford. And under Medicare for all, it would be free. So that's number one. Number two, your point about studying the impact of drugs on people's behavior and possibly resulting in violence absolutely deserves to be studied. We should be studying the impact of drugs. In my view, this is a layman's view, I'm not a psychiatrist. I worry very much that we are over-medicating kids in schools. We have this deficient issue. Kids are running around and they're active. When I was a kid, people used to run around and they were active. Yes. They weren't drugged up. So I worry about that whole business. But your point is well taken. I think we need to study this issue and make sure that these drugs, in fact, are not causing kinds of reactions that we will regret later.
Now, on the subject of drugs, marijuana is obviously a big issue in this country, and we've seen many states make it recreational, including this one. What do you think could be done and what should be done to have this across the board, especially federally? You know, there's a guy that I have on the podcast coming up soon. His name's John Norris, and he wrote a book on the cartels growing marijuana illegally all over this country and selling it, particularly in California now because it's a misdemeanor because it's legal recreationally, and selling it with all sorts of horrible pesticides on it, all sorts of very, in fact, deadly chemicals. All of this because it's not federally legal, because we can't have sanctioned, licensed companies doing an ethical job of growing something that any responsible, law-abiding person should be able to consume.
Okay. Let me say this. When I ran for president for the Democratic nomination in 2016, I talked about a broken criminal justice system which ends up having in the United States more people in jail than any other country. We have more people in jail than China does, which is a communist authoritarian country. And what I called for then and I call for now is the legalization of marijuana in America. Right now you have a federal law. It's called the Controlled Substance Act. Here's heroin. Here is marijuana. They're at the same level. That is insane. Heroin is a killer drug. You can argue the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but marijuana ain't heroin. So we have to end that, and that's what I will do. As President of the United States, I believe we can do that through executive order, and I will do that. Second of all, what we have now is a number of states, and I'm very proud. I talked about during 2016 what seemed kind of radical, the need to legalize and decriminalize marijuana, a very radical idea 4 years ago. It is spreading all over the country. And by the way, it blows my mind to drive through Nevada, I think here even in California. Now you see signs. Corporations buy our marijuana.
Yeah.
And 4 years ago, people getting arrested for
Yes.
doing that, right? Their lives being destroyed.
Well, particularly in Nevada, there was life sentences given out in the 70s.
Can you believe that? And now you have corporations selling the damn product that people went to jail for. So I think ultimately, we've got to legalize marijuana. And what's good news, in a sense, is some communities, some cities, are expunging the records. So if you were arrested, have a criminal record for selling marijuana, that is being expunged, and that is the right thing to do. We can argue about the pluses and minuses. I'm not a great fan of drugs. Other people, I smoked marijuana a couple of times. Didn't do much for me. Other people, I guess, have different impacts.
Just a couple times?
That's real, true.
It didn't do much for you?
Yeah, it made me
Where
cough.
were you getting it?
I don't know. I was in Vermont, northern Vermont.
Oh, that's the problem.
Maybe.
You got to get it from here. It'll do something for you.
Well, it made me cough a whole lot. All right, but I gather other people have had different experiences,
Oh,
correct?
for sure. Yeah, I certainly have. The other problem is, of course, with illegal drugs comes you get this horrible cycle, particularly in inner cities, where you have people that are incarcerated for illegal drugs. Illegal drugs seem to be the only way out. The hard drugs, when we're talking about cocaine and all these other drugs, how does one stop that? And would you ever consider legalizing all drugs or decriminalizing all drugs?
Not at this point. No, I wouldn't. But you're touching on a real tragedy.
Yes.
And when we talk about criminal justice in America, we have over 2 million people in jail. They are disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. And here's what I think. I think in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, what we have got to do, instead of building more jails and locking up more people, we really do have to invest in our young people, especially young people in distressed communities. What does that mean? If we can, and we can do this with a proper amount of resources, make sure the kids are not dropping out of school. If you drop out of school today, say you drop out in your second or third year of high school, you don't have an education, you don't have any job skills, what are you going to do with your life? And the answer is you may well do drugs, or you'll get in trouble, self-destructive activity or destructive activity, you're going to end up in jail. It makes so much more sense from a humane perspective, protecting our people, as well as a financial situation. We're spending $80 billion a year to invest in these kids. What does it mean? It means making sure they get the education that they need, paying attention, having good schools, making sure that they get the jobs that are out there, doing job training. There was a principal in a school in southern Vermont. I'll never forget what she said. It was a working class school. And she said, Bernie, I love these kids. I am not going to let them drop out. And she had a mentoring program, just watching the kids who are mostly at risk. so that they would not end up going through the cracks and getting into trouble. That's what we should be doing as a nation. And when we do that, we invest in the kids, we get them jobs, we get them education. The likelihood of them falling into bad ways is significantly reduced.
All those things sound great. The uncomfortable reality about drugs, though, is that when drugs are illegal, criminals sell them. And there's obviously a need for drugs in terms of not necessarily a need, but a demand for drugs. There's a demand for drugs in this country that's absolutely fueling Mexican cartels and illegal drug runners inside this country. I mean, there's a lot of that. How do you curb that if drugs are illegal?
Boy, you're raising a deep question.
Yes.
All right. So the question essentially that you're asking is, what is the cause of the opioid epidemic? Yes.
That's one aspect
Heroin.
of it. But the opioid epidemic is interesting because there's so much of it that's coming legally.
Right.
That's not the drug cartels. That's the pharmaceutical industry.
You're right. But the heroin is illegal.
Yes.
All right. Now you're asking, this is a very, very deep question, which we don't talk about terribly much. Why is it that so many of our people are turning to drugs, to alcohol, by the way? And I don't mean a drink a night, but I mean serious alcohol problems, and tragically to suicide. We now have, for the last 3 years, something that is ahistorical, never happened before in modern history, and that is our life expectancy is actually going down. And this is hitting all over the country, but it's especially hitting rural areas. And what the doctors are saying is that these are diseases of despair. Despair. So you're in West Virginia, you're in rural Ohio, or any place, Vermont, any place. And the job you used to have, earning a decent living, is now in China. Your kid can't afford to go to college. Maybe you can't afford health care. You got nothing to look forward to. Under that scenario, alcohol becomes a way out. And the worst case is suicide. So I think what we're talking about is, why is this happening, often in rural areas, in urban as well? And how can we reestablish hope and optimism in the American people? And that gets back to a whole lot of other issues. It means if people have health care as a right, that will certainly play a role in this thing. They walk into the doctor when they need. But it also means that people need decent jobs that pay them a living wage. That means we have to rebuild rural America. We have to rebuild the depressed communities in urban America. It means that we have to have a great educational system. And people say, oh, that's great, Bernie, that's utopian. It is not utopian. This is something that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world we can afford, and we should be doing rather than creating a situation where Amazon pays zero in federal income taxes. So to answer your question, this is a deep question. And again, I'm not here to tell you I have all the answers. But there are a lot of people out there who have basically given up hope. And for those people, I guess drugs is the alternative.
So what you're saying essentially is that if we can do something to mitigate despair, then we'll do something to at least stop some of the demand for these illegal drugs.
I believe that is the case. Look, if I am optimistic, if I'm excited about going to work tomorrow and I'm seeing my kid doing great in school, and, when I get sick, I can go to the doctor's office and I have a sense of community. My downtown is not all boarded up because businesses have left, but we have a community. Yeah, the strong likelihood is there will be less diseases of despair and drugs than we currently see.
Now, when we're talking about impoverished communities and chronically, when you're talking about cities like Baltimore or parts of Chicago and Detroit that have just been in a terrible state of despair for long periods of time, and it doesn't seem like there's a way out. The people that are born there, the people that live there, they live in this state of despair. What can be done to resolve all of these terribly impoverished communities and bring them up to a standard where these kids that grow up there, they feel like there is an out, that they do have an opportunity? And why is this not addressed when we talk about making America great? Wouldn't fixing the worst parts of the country be the primary concern? The less people that grow up in a terribly disadvantageous position from birth. Wouldn't that be an important thing? And what can you do to resolve that?
Well, Joe, I think you said it better than I can. I think you're right. When we talk about what it means to live in a great society, a great nation, a nation that we're proud of, I'm afraid there are some people who have incredible wealth and power who say, what's great is that we're seeing a growth in the number of billionaires in America. Isn't that terrific? And we got one guy who's worth $155 billion. How great. Oh, by the way, we're building more nuclear weapons. And we're spending $750 billion a year on the military. Isn't that extraordinary? And by the way, do you see the yacht that billionaire has? It's 3 miles long. Isn't that great? Your point is that we have to, I think as I understand what you're saying, we have to redefine what being a great nation is about. We are not a great nation when we have 40 million people living in poverty and in despair. We're not a great nation when we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality, when 87 million people can't afford to go to a doctor today. So to answer your question, I think that as a nation, we have got to focus a great deal of attention on those distressed communities. Often they're African American, often they're Latino, often they are rural white communities. And that means making sure that the kids there get the quality education that they deserve, making sure that we're creating good-paying jobs in those communities. I voted against NAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, and other trade agreements because I knew that those agreements were written by corporate America with the goal of shutting down plants in this country and moving abroad. And the result of that has been the loss of millions of good-paying jobs and the complete destruction of communities all across this country, in the South and all across this country. So we have got to rebuild those communities. We have got to bring high-tech jobs, not just to Silicon Valley, but to rural America. Again, I don't have magical answers, but the goal is we will not, under a Sanders administration, turn our backs on distressed communities. We will rebuild those communities. We will build the millions of units of affordable housing that we need. Now think about what it means to a community now where people are living in terrible housing or housing they cannot afford. When we put young people to work rebuilding their own communities, will that become an indication of hope and optimism? I think it will.
We're talking about so many deeply important issues, and all of them that will be under the control or at least the direction of the one person who winds up becoming the president of the United States. Is it a impossible job? I mean, it seems like being the president, you are managing so many different aspects of our economy, our culture, our safety, our environment, international communication, and it's so in depth. How does one person do a job like that?
Well, one person doesn't do it. And you certainly don't do it by tweeting every other day major policy issues.
I think he tweets a lot more than every other day.
What you do, and this is the way any sane president operates, is you need to be working with the smartest men and women from all walks of life who understand these issues. Every issue we have touched on, Joe, is enormously complicated. And I can send out a 20-word tweet on it, but that doesn't solve it. So unlike Trump, we will bring together the best and most knowledgeable people in this country to address the housing crisis, to address the issue of these diseases of despair. We didn't even touch on climate change, and then the future of the planet. How do we lead the world in transforming our energy system and creating the kind of jobs that we need? How do we revitalize American democracy so that instead of suppressing the vote, we're getting more young people involved in the political process? So to answer your question, it is not a one-person job, and anyone who thinks it is dead wrong. You need the help of a very strong administration that knows the issues, that comes from the ranks of the working class. And this is the promise I will make. All right, my administration, unlike Trump's, is not going to be filled with billionaires who's, basically very often greedy type people. Who it is going to be filled with the best people, often from the working class itself, from the trade union movement, people who are going to help us create policies that work for workers and not just the billionaire class.
Now, we're getting to the end of your hour here. So climate change is obviously an enormous issue for our country and for the world. What could be done, and what do you think you can do as president that can somehow or another slow down this process?
Well, first of all, we have to have a president who, unlike Trump, believes in science, and I do. And What the scientists are telling us, as I mentioned earlier, is that we have fewer than 12 years to transform our energy system, or else there will be irreparable damage done not only to our country but to the world. Now, climate change is not just an American issue. So we could do tomorrow, do all the right things, but if China and Russia and India and the rest of the Brazil and Africa does not do the right thing, we're not going to make the progress we need. So here is what we have to do, in my view. Number one, we have to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits, and they make a whole lot of money, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. I don't think that's a hard sell to make. You cannot keep producing a product which is destroying the planet in the United States and around the world.
So by saying that, you're saying we would have to move consciously away
Absolutely.
from fossil fuels.
No ifs, buts, and maybes.
And if we do that, how do you tell the fossil fuel companies, do you tell them you can't sell fossil fuels anymore?
There are a variety of ways to do that, but that is the bottom line. And by the way, in the midst of that, we do what we call is a just transition. The guy out on the oil rig today simply wants to feed his family, and the coal miners today want to feed their families. And we're not going to leave them. I'm a pro-worker. I have probably the strongest pro-worker record of any member of the Congress. So it is not my intention to throw these guys out and women out on the street and ignore the pain that they will go through. We are proposing billions of dollars to rebuild those communities and make sure that those guys and women get new jobs. So we're not just discarding people in the fossil fuel industry. But ultimately, the product that they are producing, which is now carbon emissions, is destroying the planet. So we have to move away from fossil fuel in a very bold way into energy efficiency. Right now, in my own state of Vermont and all over this country, there are buildings which are incredibly wasteful. We don't have the windows, we don't have the insulation, we don't have the roofing, the doors that we need to keep the buildings warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And we can create just an incredible number of jobs just retrofitting our buildings. Second of all, we need to move very aggressively to sustainable energies like wind and solar. In California, you're doing a good job with wind. Iowa's doing a good job. Texas doing a good job. We got to do much more. Solar, there is incredible potential out there. Price of solar has dropped in recent years. And we have got to not only transform the energy system in our own country, we got to lead the world in working with Russia and China. Because in this issue, we are in it together. And here's my dream, and this may be a utopian dream. The world right now is spending $1.5 trillion on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other. And maybe, just maybe, if we had a kind of leader, and I hope to be that leader, who says to the world, instead of spending $1.5 trillion killing each other, maybe we use those resources to transform the global energy system and save the planet for our kids and our grandchildren. That's the goal that I have.
Well, these ideas sound great, but in the competitive environment of global politics, how would you convince Russia or China or any of these countries to do something that would put them in some sort of a competitive disadvantage?
Well, and the answer is, Joe, if we do not do that, in 50, 100 years, everybody's going to be in a terrible disadvantage. And look, I'm not, I'm saying that, I'm not telling you that tomorrow it's going to happen. But you got to make the case. These people, Putin is a dictator. I dislike him intensely. Xi in China, very authoritarian, so forth and so on. But they're not crazy people. And presumably they have concern about their kids and their grandchildren. This is a planet under siege. I don't want to become a science fiction guy. You've all seen the movies, the media racing toward Earth. We're going to blow up the Earth. What do? Well, we got to get together. This is, in a sense, what that is about. What I think about? In 1941, after Pearl Harbor, all right, we were faced with a war in the East with China, a war in the West, in Europe, with Hitler. Within 2 years, the United States had transformed its economy to address and win the war, basically in 2 or 3 years, by reindustrializing America. We can do it. We can lead the world. That's what we have to do.
So, in your eyes, we have to look at the economy almost as if the same kind of threat, or the environment, as if it's the same kind of threat as Nazi Germany, and act together.
Look, if you asked the Defense Department, you asked the CIA, you asked the defense people all over the world, tell us what the great national security threat is. You know what it is? It is climate change. There's
a lot of people, though, that are skeptical of this. How would you convince them? I mean, this is a big part of the problem, right? There's a narrative that you hear from a lot of people that, climate change is not a proven science. pseudoscience and climate change is a hoax. And I mean, this is something that's repeated over and over again. And I'm sure some of it has to do with lobbyists and some of it has to do with merchants of doubt that go out there and seed the world with disinformation to try to increase their profits and continue the practices that they're currently enjoying.
You know, Joe, when I'm thinking back, and I don't know if all of your listeners can remember this because I'm older than most, but I can remember tobacco ads, cigarette ads on television. Remember that?
Yes.
The guy dressed in a white frock, smoking away. This is a great cigarette. It'll improve your health. They lied. The tobacco industry knew exactly what was going on. And the fossil fuel industry is lying right now. And the president of the United States is either too stupid to understand what the scientists are telling us, or he is lying as well. Climate change. Look, I am not the scientist. This is not my idea. I listen to the scientists. The debate is long over. Climate change is real. My God, look at what's happening around the world today. The worst, July was, I think, the warmest July or warmest month in the modern history of the world. The Arctic ice is melting. Heat waves in Europe. All right, just look out the window at what's going on. So this is not Bernie Sanders talking. This is the scientific community. Climate change is real. It will only get worse if we do not act boldly to cut carbon emissions.
Well, we just did an hour, sir, so I'm going to let you go because I know you got very important things to do. One last question. If you got into the office and you found out something about aliens, if you found out something about UFOs, would you let us know?
Well, I'll tell you, my wife would demand that I let you know.
Is your wife a UFO nut?
No, she's not a UFO nut. It's just, Bernie, what is going on? Do you have any access to records?
You don't have any access?
I don't. Honestly,
no?
I don't know.
Okay. You let us know, though?
All right. I'll be on the show. We'll announce it on the show. How's
Please.
That? All right.
Please
you got
do.
it, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the show. Thank you to Bernie, and thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Simply Safe. Simply Safe, folks, round-the-clock home security for just $15 a month, and it's fucking awesome. And you can try it out for 60 days with a risk-free trial. Visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. You get free shipping and a 60-day risk-free trial. You got nothing to lose. Go now. And be sure you go to simplysafe.com/Rogan so they know that we sent you. That's SIMPLISAFE, simplysafe.com/Rogan. Thank you also to ZipRecruiter. If you need to hire somebody, ZipRecruiter is your huckleberry. Stop fucking around. Go to ZipRecruiter, and here's the thing. You can try it for free. For free? Yes. You can try ZipRecruiter for free. And it's so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan, ROGAN. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Ooh. Thank you also to MeUndies, my all-time favorite underwear. I'm wearing them right now. Where else are you going to get undies with a 100% satisfaction guarantee? Well, if you do, here's another company that comes up with that. If you try MeUndies, they're fucked because MeUndies are better. They feel better. They're the shit. And you can get 15% off your first pair, free shipping, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee when you go to MeUndies.com/Rogan. That's 15% off your first pair, free shipping, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee at MeUndies.com/Rogan. And last but not least, we're brought to you by the motherfucking Cash App. The Cash App, folks, the #1 finance app in the App Store. It's a fantastic application with an amazing group of people behind it that are doing incredible things. You sign up, download it from the Google Play Market or the App Store, and enter the referral code Joe Rogan, all one word. You will get $10, and the Cash App will also send $10 to support our good friend Justin Wren's Fight for the Forgotten charity, building wells for the pygmies in the Congo. From now until the end of August, when you download the Cash App and you use the referral code Joe Rogan, you get $10, and $10 goes to an amazing cause. Thank you for tuning in. Much love to you all. Bye-bye.
Think about all the important conversations your business has with leads and customers. They're scattered across email, phone, and multiple messaging apps. Now imagine a unified inbox. That's AMO CRM. AMO CRM automatically syncs every conversation you've had with a person into a single profile. And no matter where that communication is taking place, you can respond without switching apps. Zoom out and you get a bird's eye view of all your relationships to see how they're progressing in the buying journey. Want to automate? No problem. AMO CRM also comes equipped with automation tools such as a visual chatbot builder. Test drive AMO CRM for 14 days free at amocrm.com. That's amocrm.com.
T-Mobile is relentless. Over the last 3 years, they've invested nearly $30 billion in network and service improvements. No signal is stronger or more reliable than T-Mobile's low-band 600 megahertz spectrum, and they want you to try it for free. As in, no strings attached? As in, you can use your own phone and your own number? What other network does that? Go to T-Mobile.com/test drive and check it out for free for 30 days or 30 gigabytes of data. T-Mobile.com/test drive. No signal is more reliable, travels further, or is better in buildings than 600 megahertz. You may need to upgrade your device when you switch to get full coverage.
Hi, I'm Kara Swisher, editor-at-large of Recode. You may know me as someone who probably should run against Ro Khanna, but in my spare time, I talk tech, and you're listening to Recode Decode from the Vox Media Podcast Network. Well, I'm not going to do that, but I actually did a great live interview with Congressman Ro Khanna, who represents California's 17th district, which includes the headquarters of Apple and Google. Congressman Khanna has been on the show before several times, most recently when he unveiled his proposal for an Internet Bill of Rights. We talked a bit about that here, but also about the state of tech regulation generally, the 2020 campaign, and the FTC's recent $5 billion fine on Facebook. This interview was recorded live at Manny's, which is a bar and event space in San Francisco's Mission District. Let's go there now to hear my interview with Congressman Ro Khanna. Yes, it's me again. Oh, woo, yeah. Ro and I know each other very well. We had a delightful lunch in the Senate. Was that the Senate dining room?
It was?
Yeah, and we just gossip about everybody there. Anyway, we know each other very well.
All these senators started coming up to you. I actually felt important. I thought maybe these senators are talking to me, and then I said, they just want to get to know Kara Swisher.
Yeah, it was funny because he was like, no one ever talks to me, which was really good. It was very funny.
And when we were exiting,
the Tech Council of Nashville lost their minds.
I know.
Anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about Ro Khanna. So we have a lot to talk about. I talked to Congressperson Underwood.
By the way, she is fantastic. How many folks saw her? Well,
she's amazing. She's amazing.
She's one of the freshman class has so many stars. She's really one of them.
She is indeed. And she talked about a lot of things which we're going to get into, but I think it's really important to talk about tech with you. And you and I have talked a number of times. We've done a number of podcasts about things.
Yep.
We talked about the Internet Bill of Rights. Let's start with that, because I wrote a column in the Times about it, and we did a great podcast about it. Where are we on this Internet Bill of Rights? Explain what you did for Speaker Pelosi.
So Speaker Pelosi, after the whole Cambridge Analytica scandal, said we've got to actually have some principles of regulations, well-crafted regulations that we can agree on, and that should have some accountability for tech. And so she asked me to work with a lot of the privacy groups, to work with some of the experts. She had in the back of her mind the technology illiteracy of a lot of Congress. I mean, I don't know how many of you saw the hearing with Sundar Pichai at Google, where some person held up their iPhone and said, if I move from here to there, will you be able to track me? And Sundar Pichai said, well, Google doesn't make the iPhone, Apple does. Maybe you should watch this clip, at which point the person starts yelling, saying, I don't want to be misled. Tell me, can you track me? And Sundar says, well, it depends what apps you have on your phone. And the congressman says, I don't know what apps are. I don't care what apps are. Tell me whether you can track me.
Yes,
and so Pelosi was very aware
you.
of this knowledge gap. And so she said, why don't you actually talk to people who know what they're doing and see if you can come up with some principles. We came up with some very simple principles, but important principles. That you should have the right to know what's happening with your data. You should have the right to consent before your data is collected or transferred. You should have the right to be able to delete your data, and a number of other principles. You should have the right to be notified if your data is breached. And so we got fair consensus. It became part of the Democratic agenda. And now, like many things in Congress, it is caught up in the committee. But Jan Schakowsky is doing actually a very good job, and she's going to be leading the bill in the Energy and Commerce Committee. So the next step is for some of these principles to come through that.
So there were a lot of them, and there were a lot of different laws that could come off all of them. How many? There is not any legislation, though, in this Congress. It's exactly zero. Zero. Okay, nice.
You can say that about a lot of areas.
Yeah, no, I get that. But this was something that's been very important because of the issues around. Just today, I hope none of you have a Capital One card. What's in your wallet? Well, people in Seattle know and have been charging things. There's a huge breach of Capital One credit cards applications, which has pretty much everything. You know, this was followed the Equifax one, which just paid their fines. The Facebook FTC settlement. What is preventing Congress from taking action, a national privacy bill, or even the very low-hanging fruit of so many do not track provisions?
It's a very good question, and it's been way too slow. I mean, in candor, we should have had this in the first 6 months of taking the majority. There are a lot of interest groups that have a stake, the internet service providers, the companies themselves. And so it's balancing all of these different interests. But I believe that, look, California has a privacy law that should be the floor. And it doesn't take rocket science to say, at least let's start with that. But the jurisdiction is with the Energy and Commerce Committee. It's with Jan Schakowsky's committee. And we need to continue to push to get it through there.
What is the likelihood of getting a national privacy anytime in this, say, century? Right? No, really. I mean, when do you imagine it?
Well, this is I think why tech leaders are not as concerned. You know, Tony Blair, actually, I don't agree with a lot of his things, but he had this really somewhat insightful comment, and he said the difference between American populism and British populism is you just have populist rhetoric, whereas we are committing suicide by actually changing our policy with Brexit. And the challenge has been that for all the rhetoric on antitrust and privacy, we haven't really actually advanced legislation. I mean, there's a lot of hearings, there's a lot of calls, but what are we actually doing? I think, my view is we should do it by the next year. But would it surprise me if the entire term goes by and we still don't have something that the Senate would pass and that the president would sign? No, it wouldn't. And this is, I think, factored into a lot of the tech leaders' calculation.
That it would be slow moving. What do you think is necessary to pass right now? What of all the bills? And then I'd like to get to the FTC and other agencies that are supposed to monitor this for everybody.
What part of the...
What of the bills, if you could pass one, do you think is the most critical?
I think having the right to at least know what's happening to your data, because I think that would give a lot of the nonprofit groups the ability to monitor and alert folks when things like Cambridge Analytica happened. I mean, many groups have 3,000, 4,000 people who are on these platforms, and if they could make requests to know what was happening, then they could have anticipated Cambridge Analytica and it alerted folks about that. So I think having something as simple as that would go a long way. A right to consent in some form before your data is transferred, collected, would go a long way. Having to be more simple about explaining privacy settings. I mean, I was talking to some real someone who was really astute about technology, and their daughter was on Instagram and was getting messages unsolicited messages from a stranger. And he tried to change the privacy settings, and he said it literally took him 20 minutes to figure out how on Instagram he would be able to block someone from sending these unsolicited messages. And if it's taking someone who is in the tech field 20 minutes, imagine what it's taking people who don't have that level of technological proficiency. And so just having simpler, user-friendly privacy settings. So you don't have to go search for things, but on the homepage, they're right right there.
So when you represent Silicon Valley, or
I do.
a stretch of it, not all of it, correct? You split it.
Yeah, I split it with Anna Eshoo. I said all the company, a lot of the companies are in my district. All the executives live in hers.
Okay. So you don't owe them anything. So when you think about covering, do you think this techlash has been too strong going back? I mean, they're your constituency.
Yeah.
And Lauren Underwood was just talking about serving her constituents.
Right.
You have been not really a cheerleader, and you're also not too much of a detractor. How do you talk about that?
Well, look, I still think technology is going to create a positive impact on the nation and the world. And I don't think I think the biggest concern people have is that there are parts of the country where you don't have opportunity to participate in the technology economy. And that's what we're not addressing, this gap of economic opportunity with the technology revolution. And so what I've said is, yes, we need to have stronger privacy regulations, but they have to be well crafted. We need stronger antitrust, but it can't just be reflexive, break up the companies and let the Chinese companies be dominant. Talk about what actually is going to prevent companies from privileging their own platform. Talk about having greater scrutiny in mergers, but be thoughtful about it. And what we need far more of is an investment in technologies, in artificial intelligence, in quantum computing, in photonics, in the areas that are going to allow America to continue to lead. And we need to disperse those economic opportunities in places around the country. So that's been...
So you brought up antitrust.
Yes.
I wrote a column today in the Times about this.
Okay, I saw your earlier column, but I didn't see today's.
This one, it was about antitrust.
Okay.
And one of the premises I was making, two of them were, one, that Americans or everybody is a cheap date to the internet companies.
Right.
That they give us a free map,
Sure.
maybe easy delivery.
Yes.
And we turn over all our data to them.
Right.
They get much better out of the trade than we do as
Right.
a group. And there's all kinds of things. Should you be paid for your time? Should you be paid for your data?
Yeah.
Should you be aware of it at the very least? Should you have control of it? All kinds of things. And that finally, these agencies are starting to investigate these issues, just like you
Right.
said. Elizabeth Warren has said they should break them up.
Yeah.
A lot of people have glommed onto that and thought that was the correct thing. A lot of me feels like that's a great idea given how dominant. And I started the column by saying, here's a quiz. When was the last time we had a social media site started? 2011. That's a long time. In tech terms, that's an eon.
Yeah.
Last time a social media,
Has it been that long?
Yeah, Snapchat.
Right.
A significant one. I'm
Right.
not talking about Yo or Oi or whatever the
right.
last one was.
Yeah.
Or Peach. They're
Right.
gone. They're gone. They
Yeah.
were here and gone. That was the Friday. They lasted a whole
Right.
Friday. The last search service was 2009, DuckDuckGo, and it has 1% of the market.
Right.
The last big commerce site, not in a long time.
Yeah.
Amazon dominates. And it has Wayfair has a very small percentage of the market. The last time there was a online ad service, I can't even remember, a new one. It's Google and Facebook. And then each of these companies, Facebook, Google, and Amazon especially, dominate all these. What's the argument against breaking parts of them off?
Well, the argument is, first of all, that there has to be a process, that the law in America is consumer welfare, not protecting against competition. So you have to actually show harm to consumers.
Unless you change that or show it. But go ahead.
Sure. I mean, you could change it in Congress, but
Right.
Congress can't pass, like, we should have
Right.
know your data law.
Right.
The idea that they're going to overturn antitrust law is highly unlikely. They could say, I don't think they should adopt, by the way, the European standard. I mean, Europe has had 2 tech companies in the last 30 years. They're almost irrelevant when it comes to technology. They've had SAP and Spotify. And so, I mean, China is far more relevant, but I would not listen to anyone in Europe about anything about tech. I mean, that's a declining innovation culture. And so I do think that there are thoughtful ways we should regulate. My view is Microsoft's case was a very good, well-decided case. You had the Justice Department come in. They said Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to tie Internet Explorer with Windows. Had they been able to do that, we may all be using Bing Search. You may not have had Netscape. You may not have had Google. The case went to the D.C. Circuit. The D.C. Circuit said you didn't need to break up Microsoft. I don't think there are many people today, maybe there are some, who say we should have broken up Microsoft, but we should have regulated it to make sure they couldn't privilege their own platform.
You could also look at AT&T. The reason you're holding your cell phone is because of that. Like,
right.
And there's networks, there's everything came out of that breakup. So for the most part, breakups actually are beneficial for a lot of industries, if there's especially dominant industries. So how do you assess how the FTC is doing, the agreement that they agreed to with Facebook, the $5 billion parking ticket?
I think it could have been more. I think Facebook looks at it as a cost of doing business, and I don't think it really hurts their bottom line in a significant way. And I think that there has to be, I wasn't involved in the enforcement, but it seems to me a slap on the wrist. I don't think it's going to lead to significant change in understanding the magnitude of the problem.
So what should happen at the FTC? Because that's the agency that has a lot of things to do, and that's one of them. We talked about a separate internet agency,
right.
A digital agency. Wall Street has the SEC. Everybody has their agency. Why should there not be an agency?
There should. I support that. Michael Doyle, who's on the Energy and Commerce Committee, has a bill actually saying we need to increase the FTC jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. We need to give them the ability to really enforce technology privacy issues. And I do think they have an enforcement challenge. They don't have enough people or enough expertise in technology. So I would support a stronger view on FTC enforcement.
It's also a partisan situation, so it ping-pongs back and forth for the commissioners. But should there be a separate agency, the Internet Agency or whatever you want to call it?
Well, I'm open to that, but you could also create that within the FTC. So you're not creating a whole new bureaucracy. The FTC has been fairly effective in certain areas, and I think if you gave them the staff and if you gave them the jurisdiction over the Internet, you could have a strong sense of enforcement.
So I want to finish up this part. So what would you want to see happen in that area?
In the enforcement?
In the FTC, in the enforcement. Is it the SEC? Is it the Justice Department? Because the Justice Department is now investigating these companies for antitrust.
Right.
Where is the appropriate place from your point of view?
I think both. I think you can have a robust antitrust division in the Justice Department that should look at misconduct in antitrust, and I think they've done well in cases like Microsoft. And then I think with the FTC, you can have a lot of the privacy issues, and they're, right now they basically split up based on companies. That seems a bit arbitrary to me, but I think you can have I guess you can have two strong regulatory enforcement agencies. Right now, the enforcement agencies aren't strong enough.
Right. So let's talk about Congress right now. We just had Congresswoman Underwood here. She's in a swing district.
Right.
You are not in a swing district.
Right.
Right. So talk about what it's like to be right now in Congress. What's the mood? Besides, I want to hear about the fight, how you feel about the fighting within the caucus, if it's a real thing or just manufactured, and how do you overcome that? Because it's certainly become a story and it's something that the Republicans and Donald Trump are using as a wedge.
Well, I think Trump unified the caucus when he started to attack people in the caucus. There are genuine differences of opinion in the caucus. I would be lying if I said that everyone is on the same page on every issue. There are differences of opinion on boycotts and divestments. There's a difference of opinion on issues about the role of Homeland Security. There's a difference of opinion on the border bill, the border supplemental. There was a difference of opinion on how aggressively and how fast to go after Donald Trump. But when you have a diverse caucus from 235 districts and you don't believe in groupthink, that difference of opinion is healthy. The question then is, how do you disagree in a way that doesn't play into Donald Trump's hands? And I think when we ended this session before recess, we were probably more unified than ever before. You had the speaker meet with some of the four members of Congress the freshmen, where I think that they had constructive meetings, and you had the caucus fairly unified in terms of the outrageousness of the president's attacks on other members of Congress. And so I think we are in a place coming back that we're going to be unified in the bigger vision of making sure that we win in 2020 and that we call out this president. But there are going to be disagreements within the caucus.
So how do you, when you have like that, how do you fight the use of the wedge issue? Because it seems very effective, doing these racist tweets, attacking this group of women, all of whom are women of color.
Right.
How do you stop that? Because it seems effective in some way, or maybe I'm misjudging it.
Well, I'm not sure it's effective. I think the president has overplayed his hand. I mean, I think he's turning off a lot of people in suburban counties and places across this country because it's un-American. I mean, I think it's just it goes so much against the spirit of this country. Now, I think he thinks, or Steve Bannon thinks, that every time you're talking about race and immigration, the president's winning. That's their theory. That's how he won. But I think he has way overplayed his hand in trying to do that. Obviously, Democrats are going to speak out when the president does that. I mean, the idea that you can, some people say, well, why don't just ignore him and get your agenda done? But we can't ignore it if their president's out there tweeting that some member of Congress should go back to a country which, they weren't even born in. I mean, obviously we have to speak out against that. And so the question is, how do we speak out? How do we speak out forcefully? Call it for what it is, and then also be able to have a positive agenda.
Mm-hmm. How do you assess the reaction that Speaker Pelosi has had to it? I mean, it seems like this is a constant thing, is he says something incredibly racist, says another things, and it ratchets up and then adds another one, and then the narrative continues. If you had watched the show, this is how they did it on the show for years. I did watch the show for many years.
On Apprentice?
Oh, yeah, I watched every episode.
Yes.
I totally understand this man. He's got all these moves.
Right.
But this is what they did. They would ratchet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which was, it works. It works really well. To react and say this is awful seems exhausting as a congressperson, because you don't get anything done. You don't do anything but react to someone saying a terrible thing to you.
Well, I think that's partly what you're reacting to, but you still have an agenda on how do we expand rural broadband? How do we get people a $15 minimum wage? How do we have infrastructure in this country? How do we lower the cost of prescription drugs? Notice the exchange with Congressman Cummings. Mm-hmm. The president attacked him very personally and attacked his district and his leadership, and Chairman Cummings didn't respond in kind. He didn't even criticize the president. He said, Mr. President, I'm disappointed. I met with you about prescription drugs, and I'm ready to work with you anytime you want to work on prescription drugs. And he took the high road. And so the Congress, our focus is going to be on what we can get done. But you can't say that we just stay quiet in the face of the president's attacks, especially when they're attacks on the very fabric of what this country stands for.
We're going to take a quick break now, but we'll be back after this in my live interview with Congressman Ro Khanna. Today's show is brought to you by DoorDash. Let's talk dinner. So you're not the best cook in the world. That makes cooking dinner after a tough day at work kind of hard, right? You can't rely on leftover pasta and frozen pizza forever. Now you can get your meals from your favorite restaurants delivered right to your door with DoorDash. DoorDash's easy-to-use app connects you to over 340,000 restaurants in more than 3,000 cities. From chains you're familiar with like Chipotle, Wendy's, and the Cheesecake Factory to your local favorites. With so much to choose from, you might even want to branch out and try something new. Plus, they operate anywhere in the U.S. or Canada, and they'll deliver wherever you are, your home, your office, your home office. So don't worry about your dinner. Let your dinner come to you with DoorDash. Right now, Recode listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more when they download the DoorDash app and enter the promo code DECODE. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app and enter the promo code DECODE. Don't forget, that's the promo code DECODE for $5 off your first order of DoorDash.
Hey, I'm Nilay Patel, editor-in-chief of The Verge, host of The Vergecast. We've been revamping The Vergecast more and more lately, and we're coming out with episodes twice a week, sometimes even a third bonus episode. On Tuesdays, I talk to influential people around the world of tech, like Microsoft founder Bill Gates and other tech execs like the founder of Lime Scooters, the CEO of Beyond Meat. We've also been talking to a lot of reporters and academics about the major pressing policy issues in tech, like Facebook's content moderation, they're not doing great, YouTube's harassment plan, or lack thereof, and whether or not the government should break up Amazon, which maybe they should. And then every Friday, I sit down with executive editor Dieter Bohn and Paul Miller for our chat show. We cover the latest in tech news and product reviews. We bring in our other reporters from around The Verge. That show is a party. You should listen to it. You can hear all that and more if you subscribe to The Vergecast wherever you get your podcast. We'd love for you to listen and join us. So again, subscribe to The Vergecast wherever you get your podcast. We'll see you there.
What does that feel like to be there now in Washington? What is the mood between Republicans and Democrats?
It feels that we are letting the country down in that you look at what China is doing, and I disagree obviously with their worldview, but they are building all these new colleges. They have a rural broadband program that in the next 3 years they're going to spend 98% of China is going to be connected to the internet. They are investing in winning the green energy race. They are investing $150 billion in artificial intelligence. They are creating exploitive relationships throughout Africa. And then the question is, and what is our Congress doing? We're tweeting back and forth with people. I mean, what are we doing to help this country win the 21st century? What are we doing to help create jobs and opportunities for so many people who've been left out? It seems an unserious time.
Mm-hmm. Well, and very serious at the same time. It does help when you have an authoritarian regime of a homogeneous country that spies on its citizens almost constantly. You can get a lot done in that regard.
Well, but some of it, look, obviously, I'm not defending in any way what China is political models, and Hong Kong is an example of the revolt against authoritarian leadership. And Xi Jinping has been terrible in many ways. I mean, the way they've treated the Uyghurs, the way they are dealing with dissent, the use of technology to perfect control over individuals, which is why I don't think we should allow Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu to be the dominant tech companies, which would happen if we really had no regard for American tech companies. But I don't think that we can just excuse our inaction and an inability to do things to saying, oh, we have a messy democracy. We have been capable of doing things in the past. We won the space race because America mobilized and had 3% of our GDP into massive investments after the Soviets launched the satellite. And we wanted to really invest in those things. And we have been capable in the past of it transitioning to and thinking about how we're going to create economic opportunity in places left behind.
So talk a little bit about that economic opportunity. It's something you've worked on a lot. This is the 50th anniversary of NASA, the landing on the moon. What do you think is critical to be investing in? You've traveled, you did something in the Midwest, and you did some rural areas and things like that. What do you think is the critical things that we need to invest in then?
If you talk to people in these rural districts, they will tell you the first thing is rural broadband, that people want high-speed internet access in every community. I'll tell you one of the ways I know that that's probably right is that Sprint and T-Mobile had this disingenuous ad in every church newspaper in Iowa saying, support the T-Mobile Sprint merger, extend the digital revolution to Iowa. And the reality is a lot of these communities, they want to have access to high-speed internet, and they want to make sure that they have some ability to get credentialing in something that's going to lead to a job in technology, or at least have that sense of possibility in their communities. It could be in ag tech, it could be in robotics process automation, it could be in any field, but they want to have some at least opportunity for those jobs. And so to have the private industry working with community colleges, working with federal government and creating that opportunity. And then I would invest in programs and incentives to get people hired in these communities. I mean, Quebec has a program of tax incentives to be for people who are hired in technology in that area that led to a lot of tech companies and innovation coming there.
Do you did visit, I think it was Silicon Hollow. They call everything Silicon something,
right?
Like wherever they go. But this was Holler. I guess it was Holler.
Hal Rogers' district in Paintsville, Kentucky.
Right. Is this something that's doable, or are we creating this sort of elite at the coasts with the center without these jobs? I mean, I've talked about this with Steve Case and Mark Cuban.
Right.
They were making a case, particularly Mark, saying Silicon Valley is over. Silicon Valley is finished.
Not true.
Well, I know he was just saying it to be obnoxious.
That's how you can say stuff like that on Shark Tank. But
it wasn't Shark Tank. It was actually, oddly enough, an Anthony Scaramucci event, which was the whole thing was strange. I won't go into it.
Apple
what
and
am
Google
I doing
are
here?
at $1 trillion market caps. I mean, it's a little bit.
I know. I got
you can't both say that we ought to break them up. They're too powerful, and they're over. I mean, it's got to be one or the other.
From an innovation point of view. But how do you get that to the mid? And they're trying to do things Rise of the Rest, or even Shark Tank.
I'm very supportive of that.
So how do you get that to happen? Because it doesn't seem to happen. There's a lot of visits. There's a lot of, at one point everyone in Silicon Valley was going to these places, which seemed like a safari tour at some point. It got a little ridiculous. How do you get that to happen?
Well, first, I think it requires local leadership. I don't think Silicon Valley or someone can plop into a place and say, okay, we're going to create technology opportunity. You need the local school district, the local community college, local industry, local leadership to buy in. So Jefferson, Iowa, where it's been a success, you had Accenture, which acquired Pillar Technology, which was an Iowa company, say, we're going to partner with Des Moines Community College and Central Iowa Community College. We're going to have Jefferson School District be completely remodeled into having a tech center, and we're going to have a 12th grade class for kids to get basic tech training, and then they're going to get a 2-year program in combination with Des Moines and Accenture, and at the end of that, Accenture is going to agree to hire them at $65,000. Now, then they said, okay, let's partner with Silicon Valley, and we had the tech go out and do a training with a lot of the teachers on what a Silicon Valley curriculum would look like. Microsoft CTO and others started funding scholarships. Ripple became interested in providing technology, but they were as partners to an effort that was organic to a community. So I think a lot of it first requires significant local buy-in, and then we need the federal government that can fund and help scale some of the expansion.
The numbers have declined really precipitously, investments like this for the government at this point.
Yes, I mean, the federal government can scale successful models to create these kind of hubs across the country. But I think what's important for technology, where tech can be successful is, and where I admire what Steve Case and to the extent Mark Cuban is doing that, is technology is still deeply fascinating to people. And most people, when you go, in my opinion, to Pennsylvania or Ohio, they don't talk to you about privacy and they don't talk to you about antitrust. What was Trump's message? Trump's message was, you built America. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents fought for this country, fought for this freedom. And now all these people on the coasts are doing really well. And what happened to you? I'm going to bring back your pride. I'm going to bring back your sense of possibility. And I think when tech leaders go into these communities and say, we believe in you, we believe your kids, your communities can be part of the technology future, and we're going to bring more jobs, more opportunity, more possibility, that's getting them to buy into the future. Trump doesn't sit there asking economists to go study whether we're actually going to get coal jobs back or manufacturing jobs back. He goes and he sells his vision. And when people often ask me, why is it that more people don't care about Trump's obstruction of justice and Trump's violating all these norms? And I say, because he's fighting for their way of life. He's fighting for their dignity as they see it. And we have to speak not on a policy basis. We have to speak not with Raj Shetty's studies, who is a brilliant economist of moving places. We have to say, we believe your community is going to have more choice, more possibility, more opportunity in the future. And we believe in your kids, and sell that.
So speaking of selling that, you work with Bernie Sanders, correct? What is it? What's your job? You have backed him, or what? I don't understand these political things that you all do.
Well, I'm one of his co-chairs.
That's right.
I mean, my job is still to represent the district,
yes,
but
I got
it's
that
volunteer.
Part. Yeah. So what is that? Why did you pick Bernie Sanders?
We worked on Yemen together. My passion on foreign policy comes from my grandfather. He had spent 4 years in jail with Gandhi in the 1940s in human rights. When I got to Congress, the Yemenis community came to me and talked about some of the famine that was one of the largest famine in the world. 14 million people may face that famine. The United States government was funding refueling Saudi planes bombing. And we passed together, after 2 years of effort, the first War Powers resolution to stop any refueling of Saudi planes. The president vetoed it, but the administration voluntarily suspended the refueling. And when I went to see which senator would introduce a War Powers resolution, he was the only one who was willing to do so. So I would have supported him for whatever he wanted to do after that.
All right. So how do you feel about the campaign? How do you look at it as a Democrat right now? There's, 20 people left? 20. 20. No, there's 20.
Is it? Yeah.
Tomorrow night and the next. How many? 24?
24?
Yeah. Something like that.
Right.
It's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to whittle down by the fall to 6, 7 serious candidates. But I think the fact that we have all of these candidates running now is a good thing. I mean, they're all getting their message out. They're all exciting different parts of the coalition. We've had, when Jimmy Carter ran in the 1976, I think there were 18 to 20 candidates. So just because you have a lot of candidates doesn't mean that the party won't be unified afterwards. I told Senator Sanders when I accepted the offer that I wouldn't criticize any of his opponents. I would make the case for him. And I think if we keep it largely positive, make the differences on issues. Obviously, if Senator Sanders wants to, or Vice President Biden wants to make a distinction about their health care or Medicare plans, they should feel free to criticize the plans. But as long as the conversation is about the issues and doesn't get personal and that we unify afterwards, I think it can be a strength.
So of this field, if you had to pick a second person, who do you like?
I like Elizabeth Warren. I'm a progressive Democrat. I think she's running an extraordinary campaign. Mm-hmm. And I say that having, we don't agree 100% on tech. I think we need stronger antitrust enforcement, but I don't agree with her on everything, as I don't agree with Bernie Sanders on everything. But I think she has run a very, very detailed campaign. She has a clear vision of what she wants to do. I think she's doing an incredible job of telling her story in a way that connects with people across the country.
In connecting with people to get to the Trump base or people that he won over that had voted for Obama previously, right. What do you think the key elements are? Because some people are worried about her appeal to those people. Some people are worried about a lot of the Democrats' appeal.
Well, first of all, and I say this as someone who had, backed Senator Sanders even the first time, I think Hillary Clinton was a better candidate than people give her credit for. And I think just piling on candidates who lose is not the right thing. It's very, very hard to hold a presidency after 8 years. Usually the other party wins. And so a lot of, I think, what was going on was people were upset that wages had continued to be stagnant, that the technology revolution and globalization had left communities out, and they wanted to vote against the status quo. And now they've seen what Trump has done. They've seen that he really hasn't focused on forgotten Americans. He has focused on a large tax break to very wealthy individuals. These communities still don't see much progress on what he promised. And so I think that the argument that the Democrats have to now is easier because we've seen Trump's true colors. And I personally think any of the top candidates will have a very, very good chance against him.
Mm-hmm. And the key messages being what? Because it can't be running against him. It's got to be about running for something.
I think the key message is there have been communities that have been left out of the economic prosperity of this country. And there have been people who have been left out about the economic prosperity of this country, and that we are going to actually empower them with more pay, better economic opportunity, revitalize these communities that have been left out and that the president promised to fix and hasn't.
And of the many areas, we just talked previously about health care. You are a Medicare for All person?
I am.
And what does that mean to you? Because it means something different to a lot of different people. What's your Medicare for All?
Medicare for All means that every person gets Medicare. And Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan had 24 hearings on the Clinton plan in 1994. And at the end of it, he turned to his Senate staff finance director and he said, I guess the only real thing that can work is just extending Medicare. I mean, I think that is the simplest way of the solution. And that doesn't mean you can't have supplemental private insurance. Even Bernie Sanders' bill allows that. I mean, the current Medicare law is that if you are on Medicare, you can't have private insurance that is duplicative of what Medicare provides. And so if you extend Medicare for everyone, obviously you have to extend that law, and you can't have private insurance that would be duplicative of Medicare. But that doesn't, if you want to go after we provide you with Medicare, if you really want to have more, you can. And in Britain, for example, 4% of the population has private and supplemental insurance post having national health care. So I mean, that is the Bernie Sanders bill. I think it would lower the cost for many startups. It would make us more competitive, and it would make sure that people had health care from the day they were born.
All right, lastly, last week in the hearings, one of the things that came out was Russian interference continues to be an issue, or will continue to be an issue. The bills to fix this, of course, are mucked up into the Senate. McConnell, right. I think his name is Moscow Mitch now. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't like those nicknames. That's a good one. How do you get that through? Because it's critically important in each of these states. It seems to, I was just up at Microsoft looking at some of their new software, which is an encrypted vote along with a paper ballot, which gives you backup. Right. There's all kinds of ideas, innovations in this area that could be great. How worried are you?
I'm concerned. I mean, the bills that Mitch McConnell are holding up says if you are a campaign and you are contacted by foreign agents, you should notify law enforcement. I mean, how controversial is this? And he doesn't want to move that because they view that any effort at talking about foreign interference is undermining Trump's reelection. What they haven't figured out is there could be Norwegian interference on behalf of Bernie Sanders, and they just are not anticipating the possibility of Norwegian interference. But I mean, you would think that
you've shown your hand.
You would think that you could have consensus that we shouldn't have foreign interference in elections, but we don't, and that's why this is going to be one of the ugliest campaigns in American history. And we should anticipate that this president will do any and everything possible to win. I mean, that should we should not go into it with any degree of complacency. And what it will take, as Speaker Pelosi, she was quoted as saying, well, I don't think he will leave if he, unless we win by a large margin. But I think what she really meant is we're going to have to mobilize and win by 5-6% to account for all of the obstacles that are going to be thrown our way, which is the voter ID laws, voter suppression, the possible interference, the shenanigans on social media sites. And so we have to mobilize and unify in a way that is unprecedented. And I think anyone who underestimates the president's chances would be making a mistake. We have to run like we're down. It's the only way to run a campaign.
We're going to take another break now. We'll be back after this with Ro Khanna, who represents California's 17th district in the U.S. House of Representatives, where Apple and Google happen to be also.
Hello, listener. I'm Sean Rameswaram, host of Today Explained, Vox's daily news podcast. Every day, Monday through Friday, my team and I look at what's happening in the world. We pick one essential news story that defines our moment and ask smart people to help us understand it in about 20 minutes or less. It's the perfect way to start or end your day. Subscribe to Today Explained for free on Apple Podcasts or in your favorite podcast app. It's from Stitcher and the Vox Media Podcast Network.
All right. Questions from the audience?
Hi, Representative Khanna.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm working for a candidate in California's 4th District, a guy named Sean Frame, and it's one of the places where there hasn't been a ton of Democratic investment over the years. And I was just wondering if you could speak to spreading the Democratic brand, particularly to, deeper red districts like that, where we can, still get more votes, pass more propositions, maybe flip a seat, that kind of thing.
Yeah. There was also a big shakeup today at the DCCC.
Right.
That looked crazy. I don't care, but
right. Yeah.
It seemed crazy.
Well, I mean, they wanted to make sure that the person there was responsive to all parts of the constituency.
Which is everybody quit. But okay, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
But I don't think those things, that's inside baseball, that I don't think ultimately is going to matter for one seat. I mean, the Democrats are doing well in terms of the funding and recruiting candidates and the front line, so I think we'll be fine. But I do agree with you that we need to have a strategy that supports candidates in every district in this country. And I appreciate very much you're getting involved in a campaign where the district is more red. But there were a lot of districts last time we won where people thought, oh, that's too red, we're not going to win. I mean, no one thought T.J. Cox was going to win. No one thought that Harley Ruda necessarily in the beginning was going to win. So, we should approach every district as one which is winnable. Now, at the end, if you're the DCCC or the speaker, you have to make certain choices and support places which are most likely to win. But I think there has to be a baseline investment in every district to fight for progressive values. And I appreciate what you're doing.
Cool. Another question right here.
How do you balance the belief that Trump has sort of overplayed his hand in sort of the anti-diversity rhetoric with a need for us as progressives to reach into those communities and kind of share a different narrative for the direction the country should be heading?
Into which communities?
Communities that resonate with that story of kind of a narrower definition of what it means to be American and a rejection of the diversity that I think lots of us agree with as a strength.
The ones that don't like the squad.
So I think we have to speak more aspirationally. Every person, when the president's tweet happened about send them back, we got like 15 media requests saying, can Ro Khanna come on television and tell us a time where he was told that to go back to India? And so I went on, I said, okay, I'll accept one of these. And I said, I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I'm 42 years old. And yes, there are one or two times that I've been told that. But, I grew up at a time where it was a 99% white community. And I had teachers who believed in me, and Little League coaches who believed in me, and neighbors who believed in me. And now I represent arguably the most economically powerful district in the nation or the world. And I choose to believe that that's much more the story of America than the story that Donald Trump is telling. I believe the way you win people is by inspiring them to have a sense of what America is. This is not a new question. Abraham Lincoln wrote about this and spoke about this on July 10th in 1858. It was his July 4th speech. And the challenge back then was that the Germans and the French didn't feel that they were American, because the test of what it meant to be an American is you had to be able to trace your ancestors back to the Revolution. That if you couldn't trace your ancestors back to the Revolution, how could you be American? And Lincoln, in 2 pages that are more articulate than anything anyone has tweeted in the last year, basically tries to answer.
He'd be a good tweeter.
Huh?
He'd be a good tweeter.
He'd be a great tweeter. I mean, tweets would be insulting to Abraham Lincoln. I mean, but he would be probably good at it. But he says that he says, well, I believe that German Americans and French Americans are flesh of the flesh and blood of the blood of the founders if they believe in the principles of the Declaration of Independence, because there's an electric cord that links all Americans to our founding if they believe in the fundamental principles of liberty and equality. That's Lincoln in 1858 having a more profound understanding of a multi-ethnic America than we do today. So my view is, don't let Donald Trump define patriotism. Don't let him define American history. don't make arguments for diversity in the sense that it's something new. Great leaders, in my view, or thoughtful leaders, actually ground values in the context of the culture and history of the nation. I mean, certainly Dr. King did, Lincoln did. And I think what we do is we out history, whatever that means, if the verb is wrong, Donald Trump, that we show that we have an understanding of the true American historical context and that we ground our views in that and that we let people believe in the aspirational vision of America.
Yeah. Right there. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Right there. And then we'll go over here.
Hi, I just wanted to know your reasoning why you voted in favor of the recent censure of the BDS movement. Yeah, and I won't color the question any further.
Well, I appreciate that. I was waiting for that question to come up.
There you go.
So my view on the U.S.-Israel relationship is one of that Israel is an ally, but we ought to be grounding it on a progressive values. And so I have opposed any bill to criminalize or penalize any boycott. But I believe that the principles of the relationship with Israel should be no new settlements, a halt to demolitions, a lifting to the extent possible of the blockade on Gaza without compromising certain security provisions, which is a very progressive vision. I do not think that boycott and divestment of the entire country of Israel is justified or one that is going to get the parties to the peace table. And that's why I voted for the Schneider bill, saying that, which the boycott and global boycott and divestment, by the way, is not just talking about divestment in the settlements. It's talking about divestment against the whole country. And I don't agree with that.
Okay. Let's do one over here, and then we'll do this one. Go ahead. And then I have one more question I forgot.
I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the two, I don't think we've talked a lot about the future of tech. What are the two most pressing challenges that you see moving forward? And what are you doing tangibly right now to make sure that tech is healthy for all of us in the future, and especially for those who are in your district?
Well, let me talk about the challenges of tech in my district and then maybe the challenges of tech nationally. In my district, I think the biggest challenge is affordability of housing, of people being able to live there, and issues of being able to afford to live in the community without if they don't work in one of these extraordinarily high-paying jobs. And so we need to do a lot more in terms of building affordable housing, in terms of building housing for teachers, in terms of building public transportation so people can get around the district. And the two biggest issues that come up time and again in where I live is affordable housing and public transportation and traffic. For the country, I think that the big challenge is what I have alluded to earlier, is access to the opportunity to be involved in the technology, in the new economy, in the technology economy. Every American has become a consumer of technology in some sense. I mean, every American is on Google or on Facebook at some point, or Twitter, or orders something on Amazon. But not every American has the opportunity to participate in the technology economy. So democratizing access to the technology economy, spreading the technology revolution to communities left behind, whether those are communities of color or whether those are communities in rural America, to me seems to be the biggest challenge facing our country. I think the Clinton-Blair bet was that we were going to invest in innovation, that was going to lead to a more liberal world, and that it was going to lead to a more powerful, innovative United States. And to some extent, the fact that millions of people in China and India have been lifted out of poverty is a good thing. But what I think they totally missed was that there would be geographic concentration of economic opportunity, and that there would be whole communities that were left out. And I think we have to now address that.
And also addiction, hate speech, disinformation. There's all kinds of stuff. What's a positive thing for tech, do you think? What's something cool?
There are a lot of positive things. I was at a company this morning White Rabbit that uses artificial intelligence to be able to monitor and assess breast cancer radiology. And so it turns out, as I didn't know before this meeting, that when you have one radiologist looking at a scan, you have about a 50% chance of an accurate diagnosis. If you have two people looking at it, it goes up to 75%. But a lot of times we can't afford two people. So what this company does is they say, look, we're still going to have a doctor, but we can have artificial intelligence conduct one part of the scan. So you're literally increasing the odds from 50% to 75% of an accurate diagnosis. The second thing they do is, which again I didn't know before this meeting, is that apparently 10% of people who get a mammogram have a false positive. And of that, it's a very small percentage of the 10% who actually have breast cancer. But people have to wait almost a month or 2 months before they find out if they're in the 10%, whether they have cancer or not. Well, under this company that they have, because they use artificial intelligence, they can help someone get that diagnosis in 15 minutes. So that's an example of a technology that I think
the ladies know about the first part, just so you know.
Yes, well, I'm sure they do.
It's amazing how bad the diagnostics can be, especially around radiology. It's an area that probably will not have doctors. It'll probably be AI that does a lot of those diagnostics. A lot of diagnostics in general going forward will be done by AI.
Yeah. So that's, I think, one.
Are you nervous about that at all, or facial recognition with all these things making determinations?
I am. I mean, I do think we ought to have a moratorium, or strongly consider a moratorium on facial recognition until that they can get away from the biases of race and profiling. I mean, when you have John Lewis showing up in artificial intelligence and facial recognition and being confused for someone who had a criminal background, you know that technology can only...
Did you get caught into that? Did they use your face? The ACLU did the test of Amazon's recognition.
I don't think they did. I mean, but I think John Lewis speaks. They don't need me. They made
there
their
were a lot
point
of
with
members
Lewis.
of Congress.
But you know, I think that
for those who don't know, the ACLU did a test of Amazon's recognition, and many members of Congress were confused with convicted felons.
Yes, and so you know, we don't want technology exacerbating our worst instincts and biases. But I remain a technology optimist. I mean, I think that technology can create more economic opportunity and more possibility. The question is, it has to be guided by humanistic values.
One question, one of the things that people think about of protecting Americans from tech companies is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. What is your take on that? You and I have discussed this at various times, and Speaker Pelosi called it a gift to technology, and maybe it was one that should be taken away. There's all kinds of people talking about that. I think tech is terrified that something like that. You have Josh Hawley, when he's not doing his crazy conspiracy stuff, a very serious bill about this. A lot of people are on both sides, Republicans and Democrats, are talking about this.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a proposal.
This is, for those who don't know, it's a very short thing. It grants these platforms some form of immunity. It's not quite that.
Right. I mean, it says that if you post something to Google or Facebook, that Google or Facebook won't be liable for the post of the people who are using their platforms. And while the one place where they didn't quite erode Section 230, but were getting close, was a bill that I did not support, which was FOSTA and SESTA, where what the law did was criminalize basic sex work. And if you talk to people in the sex work industry, they now fear exchanging information about safety online. It's forced that work back into the streets. I think it's had a terrible effect. I think a lot of those prosecutions of terrible sites could have been done under the existing law, and you didn't need to criminalize it. So my fear in removing Section 230 is that you would have greater government criminalization and interference of the internet. And I tend to believe that while there needs to be more responsibility, ultimately the internet should be a site of largely free speech.
Do you think your companies in your district have the ability to do that?
To have more responsibility on...
Do you think they have the ability and the will to do it? They haven't had the best record.
Not yet. I mean, I think they need help. But I will say this, and I've criticized these tech companies for numbers of things. So I'm not an apologist. I've criticized the way Facebook entered Cambridge Analytica. I've criticized during the election that they didn't do enough on the interference, that they had posts talking about suppressing African-American votes and that there was not enough monitoring. But, one thing that we never talk about is if you look at Grenko did a study at Stanford about what the biggest influence was of the polarization of the electorate in Donald Trump's election. And it actually wasn't social media companies. Anyone guess what it was?
Cable news.
Cable news.
Fox.
I mean, no one is talking about, and that's, a lot of the voters are actually getting their information from there. So do I think that we ought to have a greater thought about what social media companies' responsibility is to make sure that they are contributing to democracy and not undermining it? Absolutely. But do I think that they can be blamed for the cheapening of American discourse and all our problems? No. I mean, I think the truth is probably in between.
All right, everybody. Ro Khanna. Thank you, Congressman Khanna, for coming back on the show. You can follow me on Twitter at Kara Swisher. My executive producer, Erica Anderson, is at Erica America. My producer, Eric Johnson, is at Hey ESJ. If you like this episode, we'd really appreciate it if you shared it with a friend. And make sure to check out our other podcasts, Recode Media, Pivot, and Land of the Giants. Just search for them in your podcasting app of choice. Thanks also to our editor, Joel Robbie. And special thanks to Manny's for hosting us. Thank you for listening to this episode of Recode Decode. I'll be back here on Monday. Tune in then.
Hi, it's John Gennaro, executive producer of SB Nation's Team Podcasts. The NFL season is finally here, and if you're anything like me, you're looking for a podcast that covers your team so you can get caught up on all the relevant news and opinions on your way to work or school. SB Nation has got you covered. We've created 32 NFL podcasts, one for each team's fan base, hosted by fans of that team. If you're looking for a deeper, funnier, nerdier, and more authentic podcast experience than anywhere else, you'll want to check it out. Not every NFL fan is the same, and SB Nation is here for the ones that want to hear about their team. Subscribe today and you'll get new episodes for news, game previews and recaps, in-depth analysis, and more. Find the podcast for your favorite football team at sbnation.com/NFL podcasts. That's sbnation.com/NFL podcasts.
Support for Anderson Cooper 360 comes from our friends at Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Their team of mortgage experts is obsessed with finding a better way, which means that their number one goal is to make the home buying process smoother for you. Get started online at rocketmortgage.com/AC360. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us today. We learned the President of the United States urged the head of a foreign power to take action against two Democratic congresswomen, American congresswomen who are critics of his. And the head of that foreign power did just that. And in a truly Trumpian twist, late today, the president denied having pushed the foreign power while also seeming to admit that he had. Bears repeating, this is certainly not normal, except abnormal is kind of now normal. It's also a classic Trump distraction play, a way to turn the media and the public's attention away from yesterday's disastrous stock drop and fears of a recession. So keep that in mind. Nevertheless, it is worth looking at what the president just did here because, as we said, it's unprecedented. So this concerns two congresswomen, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, who plan to visit Israel. They are, as you know, openly critical of Israeli policy, both support a boycott of Israel. And Congresswoman Omar has been criticized, including by her colleagues, and has since apologized for using anti-Semitic tropes on a number of occasions. And as you may also know, they are two of the four non-white female lawmakers whom the president has been attacking repeatedly.
When you see the four congresswomen, oh, isn't that lovely? Representative Ilhan Omar.
Send her back, which is a racist nativist chant that's been used at one time or another in America against just about every minority group in America. A chant the president there encouraged and soaked in for 13 seconds. But as bad as that was, what the president did today is just simply something that presidents don't do, using a foreign government to punish members of a co-equal branch of government. I mean, the other way to look at it, which is equally disturbing, is that the president got a foreign country, a close ally of America's, to help him hurt some of his American political opponents, elected members of Congress. That's something that the presidents take an oath not to do. They swear to uphold the Constitution, obviously, including the speech or debate clause from Article 1, which reads, in part, for any speech or debate in either house, they, meaning members of Congress, shall not be questioned in any other place. The clause, and I'm quoting now from a legal analysis done by the Congressional Research Service, serves, quote, principally to protect the independence and integrity of the legislative branch by protecting against executive or judicial intrusions into the protective legislative sphere, but also to bar judicial or executive processes that may constitute a distraction or disruption to a member's representative or legislative role. In other words, the president and the courts have a sworn duty to not interfere with duly elected lawmakers going about their jobs, which today it seems the president did, with the foreign government's help, no less. This morning, White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham called reports that the president had been pushing Netanyahu to bar the two's visit inaccurate, she said. And then shortly after, the president tweeted this, quote, it would show great weakness if Israel allowed Representative Omar and Representative Tlaib to visit. They hate Israel and all Jewish people, and there's nothing that can be done, that can be said or done to change their minds. Minnesota and Michigan will have a hard time putting them back in office. They are a disgrace, which is a very public pushing of Netanyahu to bar the two's visit. It's not even secret pushing. And a short time later, the Israeli government, which had apparently been leading against barring the Congresswomen, reversed course and did what the president all but taunted Prime Minister Netanyahu to do, which you can argue is action Netanyahu was justified in taking because both Congresswomen do support a boycott against Israel, and Israel does have an anti-boycott law. And that's what they cited in their decision. But keeping them honest, it's hard to see that as anything more than a fig leaf when the action comes immediately after the president goes online pushing such action. And according to reporting in Axios and the New York Times, he's been at it for some time, since at least last week. Again, the president's press secretary called those reports inaccurate, as her words, fake news. The president has not said he spoke directly to Netanyahu, and late today, the president also denied leaning on Israel, but then moments later, he seemed to admit he had. So here are the two statements the president said at the same impromptu press conference as he left for his country club as he left his country club to go to New Hampshire for a rally.
In your conversations with people connected to Israel, did you encourage them to reject the Congress?
No, I don't encourage or discourage. I think that if Israel allowed them to come in for the normal reasons, other than those reasons, I really believe that it would be a terrible thing for Israel. I think it would show a terrible sign.
Trying to say Prime Minister Netanyahu about the Congresswoman
I don't want to comment about who I spoke to, but I think my social media statement pretty well speaks for itself. I feel that they are so anti-Israel, so anti-Jewish. Again, if other people made that statement, there would have been hell to pay. So, but I did speak to people.
Yeah. I don't want to say who I spoke to, but I did. I spoke to people. So in the space of just a few hours, the President of the United States made potentially unconstitutional demands on the head of a foreign government to do something his press secretary denied he was pushing for, and then denied it. He denied it, too, while also possibly or seemingly admitting it, which is kind of an achievement without even going into the bipartisan political pushback, the geopolitical complications, or the unprecedented historical nature of all of this. And yeah, it's not even Friday. First, Manchester, New Hampshire, where the president has been speaking. CNN's Jim Acosta is there for us right now. Jim, obviously the president thinks this is a winning battle for him, keeping the focus on these four congresswomen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bringing them back up.
Oh, that's right, Anderson. And we should point out he hasn't brought up the lawmakers who make up that group known as the Squad just yet. But the night is young. He's just really gotten started in the last 20 minutes or so. But he has had some choice words, some very tough language for Democrats at one point, referring to Democrats as both socialists and communists, and then saying he would be hit by what he called the fake news media for making that sort of remark. And so he is throwing out the red meat to this crowd in Manchester, New Hampshire. But no question about it, Anderson, this is a tactical move by the president. I talked to a Republican source close to the White House earlier today who said every time Democrats try to link Republicans to people like Congressman Steve King, they're going to try to link Democrats to the Squad. And so, Anderson, this does seem very much a tactical move by the president and his team. But Democrats are starting to call him out. Presidential candidate Tim Ryan said that this is probably just a distraction from this wobbly week that we've seen on Wall Street. And at the beginning of this rally, it was interesting to note, Anderson, the president was defending his actions when it comes to China and making the case, once again, falsely, that Americans aren't paying the cost of these tariffs on Chinese products, something that we've said over and over again is a false statement from the president.
So, Jim, the New York Times said that the president was reaching out to people to get his opinion known in Israel as early as last week. Axios said that his private opinions had reached the top levels of the Israeli government about what should be done. Is it known what kind of contact the president has had with top leaders in Israel and or Netanyahu? Because, I mean, he wouldn't comment on it earlier, although he then went on and said that he did talk to people.
That's right, and I think you set that up perfectly just a few moments ago. The president essentially acknowledging to reporters earlier this afternoon that he did talk to people in Israel about this. The reason why the president is hedging, I think, a little bit and dodging that question is because obviously he doesn't want to take the responsibility for having pushed the Israeli government in this direction when it appears that is the case. Earlier today, as you noted, Stephanie Grisham, the White House press secretary, was describing reports as inaccurate that the president was pushing the Israelis to do this. And then the president cut the legs out from under his own press secretary by tweeting out that the Israeli government should do exactly what it decided to do earlier today. So we're not getting a straight answer from the White House, not getting a straight answer from the president. And when the president was asked about this earlier this afternoon, you saw him dodging the question over and over again. He just doesn't want to answer that question, but my sense is he'll have to at some point.
Jim Acosta, thanks very much. In addition to pro-Israel lobbies like AIPAC opposing Israel's action on this, lawmakers have also been weighing in. Republican Senator Marco Rubio tweeted, quote, "I disagree 100% with Representatives Tlaib and Omar in Israel, and am the author of the anti-BDS bill," which is the boycott bill we passed in the Senate, "but denying them entry into Israel is a mistake." BDS stands for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions. House Speaker Pelosi called Israel's decision, quote, "a sign of weakness," called the president's statements about the Congresswoman, quote, "a sign of ignorance and disrespect." Joining us now is New Jersey Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer, who has been directly involved in this. Congressman, thanks very much for being with us. You've been critical of Representative Omar and Tlaib. Do you believe they should have been allowed into Israel?
Yes, and I think unequivocally they're members of Congress. I think they would have benefited a lot from having that visit and seeing the historic relationship, the importance of our economic relationship, our national security relationship. I agree with Marco Rubio there and Kevin McCarthy and others who said this was a mistake, and I really think they should reverse course here.
I understand that you and at least two other members of Congress lobbied the Israeli ambassador not to do this and allowed the Congresswoman to visit. Can you say what he told you or what your argument was?
Well, no, several of us, as you point out, made the strong case to the ambassador and I spoke to him again today and reinforced that statement, which was this is not helpful to the relationship between the United States and Israel. Obviously, what you want to do is build bridges, not put up walls. You want to make sure that everybody, especially members of Congress, can spend time in Israel and see what many of us who've spent time there have seen. The meet with generals, obviously meet with members of the Knesset, with people who agree and disagree. And you want to get the full picture. That's critical to our relationship. And this is a key ally for us, not just in the fight against terror, but as democracy, the key democracy in the region. So blocking members of Congress does nothing. It's a strategic mistake. It does nothing but actually set back the relationship, not move it forward.
I'm wondering what you make of the whole idea of President Trump pressuring essentially the Israeli government. And now, the White House says that he didn't do that. And then short time later, he sent out a tweet saying that Israel would appear weak if they didn't do this. And there's also been reporting by Axios and the Times that this has been going on now for several days into last week, and that the president's private opinions were made known to the highest levels in the Israeli government. Is that appropriate?
Well, as you pointed out, it's hard to actually know what happened. I asked the ambassador about this afternoon, and he denied that the president was involved and that was the reason behind the decision. I hope that that's not what happened here. I think either way, what's behind it, it was the decision that was made to me that was really the mistake here. and really not helpful to the relationship. And that to me is the bigger issue. To me, the key here is to actually open up and welcome all members of Congress and get different perspectives. And you want the members of Congress to come and see everything from, as I pointed out before, meeting with members of the Knesset, going to Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial, seeing the Golan Heights, understanding the perilous situation that Israel sits in a hotbed region, right, against Hezbollah and Hamas. To me, that's actually much more beneficial than blocking people from coming in, and I think it was just a big mistake.
Yeah, I understand that perspective. I guess my question, though, is if the president of the United States is pressuring one way or another, I mean, he's obviously publicly pressuring it with that tweet, but making his opinion known so that the leaders of another country know that he wants them to bar 2 American congresspeople. I mean, you can look at it. Would it be appropriate for a president to enlist the help of a foreign ally to go after his political opponents or to harm his political opponents?
No, of course not. You should. No, of course not. You should never politicize it. That is not at all that is not what the president should be doing and interfering in that way. And the whole point is not to politicize the U.S.-Israel relationship and to use tools against and to use and push other governments to act against political opponents. Of course not. And I'm hopeful that that's not what happened. What we need to have is make sure that the U.S.-Israel relationship remains bipartisan. That's why I thought it was a good step that you had Republicans and Democrats speaking out against the decision today, as I did. And to me, that's what I'm hoping you'll continue to hear in the days ahead. And I'm hoping that the president didn't interfere this way.
Clearly, the president wants to, continue to try to make these 4 congresswomen the face of the Democratic Party. And that's one of the things he has been doing since bringing, for the reason really for bringing these 4 up as much as he has. How does that concern you? Do you think that is a successful campaign tactic for 2020? How do you counteract that without playing into the president's hands?
Well, no, I don't think it's successful, and I think it's not. I mean, what's great about the Democratic Party is that we're a Big Ten party with lots of different perspectives, right? I've disagreed with some of my colleagues on some of the comments they've said, and I think having disagreements is fine and healthy, but the idea is to have a broad perspective in the Democratic Party, and I think whether he's trying to, go after certain people, A, it's wrong, but B, I think what people understand and they're not going to fall for is that we have lots of different perspectives in the party, and doing what he's doing, which is going after individual members. I think people see right through that. I think it's despicable, and I don't think it's helpful.
Congressman Gautheimer, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Just ahead tonight, another shooting in Philadelphia. We covered it extensively last night as it was happening. Today, one night after 6 police officers were shot, the city's mayor, Jim Kenney, joins me to talk about what he wants to see done to stem the violence. I'll also speak to Senator and presidential candidate Bernie Sanders about gun control, the president's attacks on these 2 Democratic congresswomen, and his attacks on the Washington Post. We'll be right back.
Support for Anderson Cooper 360 comes from our friends at Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Imagine how it feels to have an award-winning team by your side through every step of the mortgage process. It's awesome, and exactly what you get with Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Their team of mortgage experts is obsessed with finding a better way, which means that their number one goal is to make the home buying process smoother for you. With a history of industry-leading online lending technology developed in the heart of Detroit, Rocket Mortgage is changing the game. Visit rocketmortgage.com/AC360 and take the first step toward the home of your dreams. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030. Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. Push button, get mortgage.
You know what's kind of depressing? Being 39 and reading an article about money milestones to hit by age 40. We weren't even close to having enough cash to cover 3 months of living expenses or paying off credit card debt. So we met with a financial planner who helped us create a budget. But his coolest financial hack was to consolidate all our credit card debt into one lower rate loan. We shopped around and chose bestegg.com for 3 reasons. Great interest rates, 4.8 stars on Consumer Affairs, and a loan app that literally took about a minute. Really smart. Best Egg had the cash in our bank account in about 24 hours. We paid off all of our credit card debt, banked a 3-month cash cushion, and even saved enough for a sweet vacation. It's a great feeling.
Finances are difficult. Getting a personal loan from bestegg.com isn't. Visit bestegg.com/fall. That's bestegg.com/fall. bestegg.com/fall. Subject to credit approval. Actual rates, fees, and approval times vary.
Returning now to President Trump, who's been speaking tonight in Manchester, New Hampshire. So far, he's not mentioned the 2 Congresswomen he pushed Israel today to bar from visiting. We brought you some of the congressional reaction already. Joining us is Vermont Independent Senator and Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. Senator, thanks for being with us. How much of this is just a distraction, attempt by the president to turn attention away from, yesterday's disastrous stock market fall and fears about a recession?
Well, I think it may be some of that. That's what the president does. But on the other hand, what is taking place is totally outrageous. You have 2 members of the United States Congress who are denied access to a country, Israel, which we spend many billions of dollars a year supporting. And if Mr. Netanyahu and others in Israel don't want members of U.S. Congress to visit them, maybe they don't want American money as well. And I regard, Trump's action in this whole regard as part of his racism, his Islamophobia, and it is clearly an absolute outrage.
I mean, one way to look at this, as I mentioned earlier, is essentially he is enlisting the aid or pushing for the aid of a foreign government to help him harm his perceived political opponents. Yeah, I mean, right. It's asking for foreign help, not in an election this time, but just in a political fight.
I mean, that's an important part of it. But the other part of it is, I'm a member of Congress. I've traveled all over the world. And when you're a member of Congress, you expect to be welcomed into other countries to try to do your best in understanding what's going on there so you can tell your constituents and come up with good policy. The idea that 2 members of the Congress who have been critical of Israel are not allowed to go into that country to firsthand see what's going on, take a look at what's going on with the Palestinians in Gaza or the West Bank. I mean, that is just incomprehensible. And we cannot simply allow that to continue.
This obviously is not the first time the president has focused attacks on these 2 congresswomen, labeled them, the face of the Democratic Party. That's clearly a tactic. Would it be a problem if they were the face of the Democratic Party?
Well, I think he says that because that has to do with Islamophobia. And what Trump is trying to do, obviously, is to divide the American people up based on where we come from or our religion or the color of our skin or our sexual orientation. I mean, that's what his political strategy is. But I think if you look at what these members of Congress are talking about, they support Medicare for all. They believe that everybody in this country is entitled to health care as a human right. They believe that we should cancel student debt in this country because you got 45 million people who are really getting crushed, many of them getting crushed by this oppressive debt. They believe public colleges and universities should be tuition free, that we should raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. So if your point is that in attacking them, what he is really attacking is a progressive agenda that works for working people, I do believe that that's part of it.
How much responsibility, President Trump has made put a lot of emphasis on the rise of the stock market over, the last 2 years. And there have been great returns for those who have money in the stock market. How much responsibility then does he have to take when it goes down, or if it goes down more?
Well, that's a very good question, and we'll see how he responds to that. I expect that for him it's a one-way trip. But look, when you talk about the economy, the truth is that the stock market absolutely has, until recently, been going up. Unemployment is relatively low. But you know what? We sometimes forget, Anderson. I think we forget about it in Congress, and we forget about it a little bit in the media. And that is that half of the people in our country are living paycheck to paycheck. That's not a strong economy. Tonight, 500,000 people sleeping out on the street. 87 million people are either uninsured or underinsured in the midst of massive income and wealth inequality. So the truth is, today, this is not a good economy for working people. It is an incredibly good economy for the wealthy and the powerful.
I want to ask you also about the probability of Congress actually taking legislative action on guns when it comes back from recess. I mean, I feel like we've talked about this issue, a lot, and nothing's been done. Obviously, the president spoke about it today. I want to play a little of just what he said.
These people are mentally ill, and nobody talks about that. But these are mentally ill people, and people have to start thinking about it. I think we have to start building institutions again because, if you look at the 60s and 70s, so many of these institutions were closed. And I can tell you in New York, they closed a lot of them. And the people went out onto the streets, and it's a terrible thing. But a lot of our conversation has to do with the fact that we have to open up institutions.
I'm not even sure where to begin because there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, the idea that no one wants to talk about mental illness, I don't know that that's true. The idea that this is just about mental illness is a very arguable point. The idea that you're characterizing mentally ill people as violent, that's obviously something that's just factually incorrect. And a lot of these institutions were closed down because there were terrible abuses that were taking place for generations. So with that, what do you make of what he is saying here? And do you believe at all?
Anderson, you're asking me what I make of what the President of the United States says. Is that what you're asking me?
Sorta. Yeah.
I don't know. Who knows? But let me just say this. Let me just say this. What the president conveniently forgot are a couple of important points. And that is there are between 300 to 400 million guns out on the streets of America today. There are, we think, over 10 million assault weapons out on the streets today. And the reason you asked why nothing happens in Congress, and I will give you the reason. Not complicated. I think everybody knows it. It's the power of the NRA over Trump, over Mitch McConnell, and the Republican leadership. Poll after poll after poll shows that the American people want to move forward as strongly as we can with gun safety legislation. And you know what the provisions are. It's expanding background checks, doing away with the gun show loophole, doing away with the so-called straw man provision. And by the way, more and more people, and now I believe a majority of the American people, want to do what I've been calling for 30 years, and that is to ban the sale and distribution of assault weapons. That's what the American people want. That is not what the NRA wants, and Trump and Mitch McConnell, unfortunately, are listening to the NRA. But I think if the American people stand up and demand change on this issue, I think we can finally do something, and we have to do it. All of us are sick to our stomachs about the horrors that we have seen in the last weeks and over the last years.
Just lastly, I want to ask you about your recent criticism of the Washington Post, implying that your criticism of Amazon has driven the Post to cover you unfairly. Today, your campaign newsletter said reporters don't have to receive a call from Jeff Bezos to know that their paychecks are signed by a billionaire with a well-known personal and corporate agenda, and knowing that agenda exists can shape overall frameworks and angles of coverage. You are then alleging that in some shape or form, it sounds like from that you're being punished by the Post for your position on Amazon. Is that?
Look, Anderson, no, I don't take it personally. I don't think people stay up nights at the Post or the New York Times or wherever to say, how do we get Bernie Sanders? This is what I do worry about. There are 6 major media conglomerates, including Time Warner, which owns CNN, which control about 90% of the media in this country in terms of what we see, hear, and read. Between you and me, that is a very dangerous situation. If we want to have diversity of opinion, I'm not here to suggest that there aren't, Trump calls the media an enemy of the people or fake news. That's disgusting. That undermines democracy. But I do worry when you have a handful of large corporations, to a large degree, controlling what we see, hear, and read. Their CEOs make tens of millions of dollars a year in compensation. They have an agenda. And I worry about that, as I do worry about concentration of ownership in agribusiness, in Wall Street, and in many other areas.
Do you believe?
And by the way,
yeah,
and those folks, frankly, when I say that the wealthy are going to have to start paying their fair share of taxes, they're not necessarily sympathetic to that. when I say that we have to make it easier for workers to join unions and raise that minimum wage to a living wage, they're not necessarily sympathetic to that. You know, I work with the workers at Amazon to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour, work with the workers at Disneyland to raise their minimum wage to $15 an hour. Disney is the owner of ABC. So, you know, I think it's probably fair to say that my agenda is not the agenda of the people who own much of the media in America.
Senator Sanders, it's a longer discussion, and I look forward to having it. But as always, thank you. Conversation continues. Appreciate it. Coming up next, more on the gun issue in light of the police shooting in Philadelphia. Hear what the city's mayor believes is vital to stopping the violence. Also ahead, my hour-long special conversation with Stephen Colbert.
The odd thing about the president is that we actually know nothing about him. We don't know we don't know stupid things. We don't know school grades. We don't know his actual skin color. We don't know what his actual hair is like. We don't know what he's worth. We don't know anything about his conversations with other world leaders.
The cases.
We gotta find who wrote this note. We do that, we find the killer.
The science.
To find out, police used luminol, a chemical which glows when it comes into contact with the iron component in blood.
The drama.
But where was the rifle? And which man was telling the truth?
Forensic Files. The legendary true crime show is now a podcast. Join investigators as they take on the toughest cases with cutting-edge scientific tools. Subscribe now with Apple Podcasts. With new episodes every Monday and Thursday, you'll never miss out on getting your forensic fix.
Remember, to create an ad like this one, visit purewinning.com/CNN.
Another mass shooting occurred in North Philadelphia just this afternoon. Our affiliate reports 5 people were shot by multiple shooters. One victim is in critical condition. The scene just a short drive from last night's 7.5-hour standoff between a gunman and police officers, 6 of whom were shot. Suspect in last night's shooting has a lengthy criminal history, including a felony conviction and a guilty plea in federal court for illegal possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Police recovered 2 weapons, a handgun and an AR-15, which authorities say was the gun that fired most of the shots last night. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney has turned last night's standoff into a call to do something about guns and gun violence. He made the point last night while the situation was still unfolding and talks about it again today.
The fact that our officers found themselves under such an attack while trying to carry out a basic function of their job is reprehensible. Seeing an entire neighborhood put in harm's way was nothing short of devastating. We can and must do more to protect our officers and all of our citizens. Of course, this incident is a reminder, a harsh reminder, of the devastating reality Americans face every day. Whether it's the mass shootings like we saw last week at El Paso and Dayton, guns have flooded American cities, leading to senseless and preventable violence. In fact, as dozens of officers were responding to the North Philadelphia incident last night, others in South Philadelphia were responding to another shooting, a young man shot in the head and later pronounced dead. That incident didn't draw national attention. It happens daily in this city and many others across the nation. But a life was lost last night to gun violence here in Philadelphia. And like so many other shootings, it goes unnoticed. No one should have access to the kind of weaponry and firepower that we saw in North Philadelphia yesterday.
Well, I spoke more with Mayor Kenney this evening. Mayor Kenney, most of the police officers who were hurt, they are home now. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a miracle that God was on our side yesterday because they're all home now with various wounds and injuries, but none of them life-threatening.
What do you know about the gunman and the weapon he used?
Well, we haven't been able to access the crime scene fully because there was tear gas used last night to extricate him, but it's hard to get into the scene, so we don't know the exact extent of the weaponry and arsenal that he had, but it was we believe it was an AR-15 with multiple clips.
President Trump, as you know, has weighed in on this today a number of times. He said on camera, basically this guy should never have been on the streets. He tweeted saying, quote, the Philadelphia shooter should never have been allowed to be on the streets. He had a long and very dangerous criminal record. Looked like he was having a good time after his capture and after wounding so many police. Long sentence, must get much tougher on street crime. I'm wondering what you make of his comments.
Well, I don't disagree with the fact that the guy should have been in jail, but I do. He does just ignore the fact that the guy was able to get a semi-automatic military-style weapon, which I believe should be banned. I don't believe anyone should have access, civilian access, to a military-style assault weapons other than law enforcement and the military. I'm not saying we should take people's handguns away or take their rifles, their hunting rifles away, but there's no reason in God's earth for anyone to have an AR-15 or an AK-47. It's simply used to kill people, and that's what this guy tried to do with it yesterday. And the fact that he has a long, lengthy criminal record and was able to obtain one is proof positive that these things should be banned and taken off the market and not manufactured anymore.
If there is a new assault weapons ban, and if it's like the last one did not act, according to the final report, it wasn't effective necessarily because of the large number of those weapons which are already in people's hands. So even if there is an assault weapons ban, would you like to see these kind of weapons actually taken from people or bought back from people?
I think we could probably buy them back, which is unlikely, but I don't advocate taking them from people. But I advocate not being able to go to a gun show without a background check, with a criminal record or mental health issue, and be able to buy a semi-automatic military assault rifle and large ammunition clips, and be able to take off on Philadelphia police or on citizens. One of the things that always fascinates me is the people who claim they are pro-police and pro-law enforcement, which is it's difficult to be in favor of allowing people to have any kind of gun they want at any time in any way and still claim that you're pro-police. I mean, our police officers and our FOP yesterday were very clear that they want these weapons off the street. Their officers were pinned down for 7 hours. Our officers were pinned down for 7 hours, crouching behind cars, and this guy was just shooting wantonly out the window. So I think that these guns should not be manufactured. They should not be available for sale in the United States. We have enough guns as it is, and if the number of guns is any indication of the safety of a country or a city or a state, we would be the safest country in the world because we have more guns than any country in the world.
There is the argument, as you well know, that criminals like that gunman last night would be able to get their hands on weapons illegally, no matter how strong any gun laws or background checks are. To that, you say what?
Well, that's the NRA. That's the NRA stance. I disagree with it. I think now is the time. And again, I hope that we're not just doing this in vain, because after Sandy Hook, I thought there would be substantive changes in our laws and in our attitudes, and that didn't work. And the incidents in Dayton and El Paso, are other indications that we have too much weaponry and too much access to it, and people who are either criminals or deranged have the ability to get them. And it's horrible. I mean, two of our officers were trapped on the second floor of this house while the gunman was shooting up through the floorboards, trying to hit them. It was a terrible day, but it turned out to be a miraculous day because we didn't lose anyone. We didn't lose any civilians. We had to evacuate daycares. We had a library. People were sheltered in place. We had all kinds of businesses were shut down with people locked inside them for 5, 6, 7 hours. We went through this, and it was very much almost a terrible tragedy in our city. One guy was grazed in the head and just a millimeter or so to the other side, and he is no longer with us. And it's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, Mayor Kenney, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anderson. Take care.
Well, just ahead tonight, Congressman Steve King demands an apology from a top Republican over her reaction to comments he made yesterday, just not for the comments he made about rape and incest benefiting the population.
In the MLB postseason, one pitch.
He struck him out.
Or one swing of the bat.
No doubt about it.
Can turn the tides of October. TBS is the home of the 2019 National League postseason this October.
Hey, this is Matt and Connor from Stick to Football. And football is back. College, NFL, NFL Draft, we have you covered. Find the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or Bleacher Report's YouTube channel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Republican Congressman Steve King is asking for a, quote, full public apology from the number 3 ranking Republican in the House, and it has nothing to do with his comment he made yesterday to a group of conservatives in Iowa about the benefit he believes to the population of rape and incest.
What if we went back through all the family trees and just pulled those people out that were products of rape and incest? Would there be any population of the world left if we did that? considering all the wars and all the rape and pillage that's taken place and whatever happened in culture after society, I know I can't certify that they're not part of a product of that.
Now, King says 2 media outlets misquoted him, although his claim has nothing to do with what you heard there. His claim refers to an AP correction on something else he said at the same event. But that was enough for King to claim vindication and demand that Congresswoman Liz Cheney apologize for calling his comments appalling and bizarre and for demanding his ouster. Congressman King has previously skated by after saying awful, sometimes racist and misogynistic things, but he's up for re-election, so we sent 360's Randy Kaye to Iowa to hear what his constituents think about his latest remarks.
I don't know who's voting for him. Literally everyone I know just rolls their eyes and can't believe the things that come out of his mouth.
In Ames, Iowa, part of Congressman Steve King's 4th Congressional District, we heard that a lot, especially in light of his most recent comments, suggesting humanity may not exist if it weren't for rape or incest.
It seems over the top crazy. It doesn't seem like in this day and age we could have people speaking like that.
What do you make of Steve King's latest comments?
Well, I'm shocked but not surprised. He's an embarrassment to this community, to Iowa, to the Congress, and he needs to be gone.
It's hard to wrap your head around. That's definitely a different take on things.
This Republican voter says enough is enough.
I really do think it's almost a little crazy. I can't believe that anyone would consider that as a real thought these days. So it just doesn't make any sense at all.
Do you think it's time for him to resign?
I really do. And I think that if he doesn't resign, he should be removed.
This voter told us King's comments were disrespectful to women.
We keep trying to work for women's rights, equal pay, all that kind of stuff, raising children and working, all of that's hard. And then when you get comments like that on top of it, it's just very degrading and kind of sets women back.
What makes you think twice about voting for him?
Statements such as that seem a little extreme. So I think he isn't thinking before he's speaking in a lot of situations and doesn't really seem to care who he might offend.
Still, King does have support here. Republican Ron Bartlett, a barber in town, plans to vote for King again, though his own comments left us scratching our heads.
Obviously, there's been incest everywhere. In every family, somebody has somebody that they wish they hadn't been around.
Every family?
Many families. I hope my family doesn't, but...
He's made the state of Iowa almost at times a laughingstock state because we have put this man in office over and over and over.
A laughingstock because King has over the years defended white supremacy, embraced nativism, even pushed the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, suggesting some shadowy group is working behind the scenes to reduce the white population. Back at the barber shop, Ron Bartlett tells us he can let all of that go.
I'm not saying he isn't racist. I think everybody has that much racist in them.
Why is it okay with you that somebody who you think is even that much of a racist is in Congress?
You ought to be able to do some things without having everybody climb down your throat, I think.
So it's okay for you to have him in Congress?
I think it's okay for me.
It's not okay with this Republican voter who voted for King before but won't again based on his recent comments.
Yeah, that's just way over the top.
So this time around, he will not have your vote?
No, not this time. I want any other Republican or any other Democrat to run, and I'll vote for anybody else but Steve King.
And today, Anderson King responded to Congresswoman Liz Cheney on Twitter. As you know, she called his comments appalling and bizarre. She said it was time for him to go. She said that the people in his district here in Iowa deserve better. So his response on Twitter to her today was this, quote, "I believe all life is sacred regardless of the circumstances of conception. Liz Cheney finds that appalling and bizarre. My position was endorsed by a bipartisan 174 members. Liz, you helped kill the heartbeat bill when we had the votes to pass it." So, Anderson, he certainly seems to be shifting the blame here and certainly not backing down from those comments he made yesterday.
Randy Kaye, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Up next, a story of love, loss, and hope His wife died in the El Paso shooting, and now strangers are answering his call for help.
Wednesday, October 2nd on TNT.
This is a revolution!
All Elite Wrestling hits harder, flies higher, and breaks all boundaries.
Chris Jericho is AEW.
All Elite Wrestling, a new league, Wednesdays, starting October 2nd at 8 on TNT.
Hi, everyone. Poppy Harlow here. I'm excited to share some inspiring interviews coming up on Boss Files. This week's guest, Dick Parsons. Having steadied Time Warner as CEO after its merger with AOL and riding the ship as former chairman of Citigroup during the financial crisis, Parsons is facing perhaps his biggest challenge yet as he battles cancer. What his storied career has taught him, especially the importance of having a sense of humor. I hope you'll check out our interviews and subscribe to Boss Files today.
A 61-year-old El Paso man will bury his wife this weekend, 2 weeks after she and 21 others were murdered in that city. Theirs was in every way a remarkable love story. Married for a little more than 2 decades, they traveled the country together till deciding to settle in El Paso. He had no one but her, no living relatives. He says she was his last close connection in this world, literally his one and only. The idea of burying her alone might have been too much for him. Luckily, blessedly, it will be the one burden he will not have to bear because, as our Gary Tuchman discovered, he has friends, many friends that he never even knew he had.
Tony Basco loved only one person in the world, and now she's gone.
And she loved you a lot.
I'll tell you what, I don't even know what you're seeing in me sometimes. But we had wonderful years. The best years of my whole life.
Tony has no other family. His wife, Margie Ricard, had just a few family members, but none in the El Paso area. Attendance at her funeral was expected to be minimal until the internet took over. Tweets from journalists and media outlets sent out messages of support for Tony. Then there was this Facebook post from the funeral home reading, Mr. Antonio Basco was married 22 years to his wife Margie Ricard. He had no other family. He welcomes anyone to attend his wife's services. People from all over the United States have contacted the funeral home, as well as Tony, to say they plan to attend Margie's funeral.
There are going to be hundreds of people here probably from all around the country. How does that make you feel?
I love it. I mean, it's nice to see people really caring about people. There's going to be a lot of people now. Told you it was important.
They had been married for 22 years. Tony says his life had been very difficult prior to meeting her.
What would you like people to know about Margie?
She was a caring, loving, the most beautifulest person.
Every day now he goes to the memorial site next to the Walmart, taking exquisite care of Margie's memorial, making sure the flowers and the wind chimes, which she always loved so much, look the best they can.
Where did you meet her?
Omaha, Nebraska, in a bar.
And you were single? She was single?
Yeah. Never been.
And was it love at first sight?
Oh, man, you couldn't imagine.
Tony is still waking up each morning in disbelief that she is gone.
I sit at my table looking at the front door, just wait for her to walk in. I've even tried calling her on the phone.
You have?
I've tried to.
At the memorial site, Tony tells Margie that someday he will meet her in heaven.
So what you been up to? What do you got to do up there? I wish you'd tell me something.
Tony is now beginning a new life alone. But for at least one day at Margie's funeral, he won't be.
She made me the happiest man in the world and the luckiest. There's nobody luckier than me in this whole world.
Anderson, Tony spends a lot of time right here, hours a day, visiting Margie. He wants to be as close as he can to her, even though she's not alive anymore. And it's important to point out that when he's here, people now know him. They come up to him, they hug him, they shake his hand, they talk to him, and he takes very great comfort with that. Anderson?
It is so moving. It's so great that so many people are going to show up and honor her life. Gary, thank you very much. Appreciate a great story. Up next, a 360 special, my hour-long conversation with Stephen Colbert.
Live from our nation's capital.
This budget thing is going to do nothing. Space Force, I still think it's interesting. President Trump not playing his cards yet. Headlines, policy, and politics colliding.
Bloomberg Sound On. The insiders, the influencers, the insights.
I would rather see a congressional solution. It's part of my DNA.
The Senate map in 2020 looks a lot different than it looked in 2018.
You really have a divide within Team Trump. The president has to do exactly what people sent him here to do, which is to get it done.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Kevin Cirilli on Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2.
Bernie Sanders' senior advisor, Jeff Weaver, is here in studio. He's telling us all about the 2020 field, Medicare for All, the economic plan, and how a President Bernie Sanders would negotiate with China. Speaking of China, the president also has China on his mind. We will dive into the specifics, the latest developments between the U.S. and China trade deal. Jeff Weaver's here. James Hohmann, national political correspondent from The Washington Post, author of The Daily 202. He's going to stop by, as is Hagar Shamali, CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies, former Treasury spokesperson for terrorism and financial intelligence. We've got such a great show. We are following all of the latest developments surrounding the U.S.-China trade deal, potential for there to be continued unrest now for quite some time. Economists worried about a potential looming economic recession. Jeff Weaver is a senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. He's here with me in studio. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on Bloomberg Television, but how would President Bernie Sanders negotiate with China?
Well, look, Kevin, as we were discussing, Bernie Sanders has been very critical of all of these pro-corporate, job-killing trade deals, NAFTA, PNTR with China, and the rest. But the difference is Bernie Sanders, unlike Donald Trump, would not go in there with a hand grenade, and that's what the president has really done. I mean, at a very base level, what your listeners should think, did the Chinese really take Donald Trump seriously? I mean, come on. And it would be very different in a Bernie Sanders White House. I mean, the goal, number one, is to make sure that we negotiate deals which do not bleed American jobs and that do not negatively, impact working people and the environment. That's job number one. But in terms of the deals we already have, look, I do think we have to renegotiate a bunch of those deals. Bernie Sanders thinks we need to renegotiate a bunch of those deals. But you do it in a way that does not sort of blow everything up in the meantime.
Jeff, when I was preparing for this show, I was really kept coming back to one of these questions that we hear so much in the chattering class here in Washington, D.C.
There's a lot of that chattering in the chattering class.
And it's at this point that President Donald Trump sort of upended the issue of trade policy in the Republican Party and went against, so to speak, the Chamber of Commerce and whatnot. He's using tariffs. The business community, the big business community is against tariffs. Many Republicans have argued that the president needs to back off. What do you say to folks who would argue that, well, Senator Sanders might use tariffs, Senator Warren might use tariffs, and how does that factor into sort of this shift that we've seen on trade policy amongst the two parties?
Well, look, American trade policy, going back to at least the 1990s, has been driven by the big money interests in this country. Bill Clinton and the DLC, Democratic Leadership Council, also known as the Democrats for the Leisure Class in some circles, drove this sort of corporate-friendly trade policy, which had a couple of bad impacts, one of which was a decimated industrial capacity in this country, and the other was it really shattered the Democratic Party and the traditional alliance between the party and labor. And I think a lot of working people, who had looked to the Democratic Party historically to protect their interests, suddenly realized that you had an administration and you had a new set of priorities that were not in line with them. And that actually created the space for somebody, a demagogue like Trump, to come in and take a lot of votes away from the Democratic Party.
Do you think, Jeff Weaver, senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign, do you think the U.S. is headed toward another economic recession?
Well, look, it seems to me that we're probably getting to the end, and I think a lot of folks in the financial sector are saying this as well. We're probably getting close to the end of the Obama recovery, now about to enter the Trump recession potentially. And, one of the problems we've had in this country is that because so much of the income, new income, and wealth is going to the top. The working people of this country and people living in marginalized communities are economically very, very fragile. And so if we could create an economy, in fact, where more of the money went to the people at the bottom who, as we all know, spend it almost immediately because they have so many needs, I think we would create a much more stable economy in the long run. Right now, again, we end up in these boom and bust cycles. You have so few people at the top with so much money, and they all chase the latest economic balloon or economic bubble, and that bubble always bursts.
What's the difference, to stick with trade, what's the difference between how President Joe Biden would negotiate with China and how President Sanders would negotiate with China?
Well, I don't want to speak for Vice President Biden. He has a record on trade. He has said has no apologies for his vote on NAFTA, quite shockingly. But look, the goal of negotiating with another country is to create an agreement which is mutually beneficial, but not just in the aggregate, to make sure that it is mutually beneficial to a broad range of people in the country, and that includes working people, farmers. One of the problems with the Trump approach dealing with China is, he looks at it from a very xenophobic or nationalistic point, as opposed to looking about how it impacts various sectors of the American population. So, he has this attack on China, but, the farmers in Iowa and other places are really the ones that are getting caught in the crossfire because his eye is not on the ball of helping working people and small business people. It's about advancing this sort of xenophobic agenda.
Jeff Weaver's here. Coming up, we're going to talk Medicare for All. We're going to talk about the crowded field. He's a senior advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. But before all of that, we were talking a little bit about this, and I wanted to get another longer time. Is this Joe Biden's Democratic Party, Jeff Weaver?
No, look, absolutely not. The party has changed dramatically in the last 20 years. The rank and file of the Democratic Party and democratically aligned independents are moving in a much more progressive direction. I think we saw that in 2016. I think you're seeing it now. And there is a sort of what I call the Democratic donor class, which still clings to the sort of 1990s pro-corporatist viewpoint. But the vast majority of the party has moved on, frankly. And that is what we have got to do if we're going to beat Trump and move the country in a very different direction.
All right, Jeff, stick here. We're going to talk about Medicare for All and a host of other issues coming up. Jeff Weaver's here. He's senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. Download the Bloomberg Sound On podcast on Apple iTunes, Bloomberg.com, or by downloading the Bloomberg Business app. You can also find me on radio.com, iHeartRadio, and Spotify, along with Cardi B, who got an interview, everybody, with Senator Bernie Sanders. I'm Kevin Cirilli, not Cardi B. You're listening to Bloomberg 99.1.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Kevin Cirilli on Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2 Baltimore.
Every day's a beautiful day in Washington, even if it's raining. I'm Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio. We're talking all things 2020 with someone caught in the middle of it all. He's here in studio, Jeff Weaver. We are thrilled to have him. He's a senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign, was with the Bernie Sanders campaign last cycle as well. All right, let's talk Medicare for All.
Sure, let's do it.
Is Senator Kamala Harris's Medicare plan Medicare for All?
No, absolutely not. It is a system that essentially relies on private companies. Look, Medicare for All is a concept which exists, of course, in Canada and other places, where you have a single pool of patients, which is everybody. You take out the private insurance companies, which creates a tremendous amount of free money in the system, which allows you to extend coverage to everybody. In fact, there's been a number of studies which show that you can extend coverage to everybody, and the country as a whole will pay less than it pays now, with no co-payments, no deductibles, and complete freedom of choice of provider, which is something that most people in this country do not have.
So on the issue of Medicare for All, just sticking with this, because this is a fascinating issue, that your boss really carried the party with him and made it an issue, created the box that candidates are trying to check. On the issue of Medicare for All, the Biden campaign says, okay, well, if we have Medicare for All, what do you tell the union worker who's negotiating their health care? Are they going to lose their health care?
Look, and let me say generally before we talk about unions, anybody who has somewhat better health care than their neighbor and is afraid about, quote unquote, losing it, it's a little bit like the person who's in Economy Plus who paid an extra $19, and you come back and say, hey, I'm putting you in first class. And you're like, hey, I paid $19 for Economy Plus. And you're like, You're going to go to first class. But on the union point specifically, that's a very easy thing to address. What you do is, unions and the companies negotiate. Both of them do very exhaustive calculations of the overall value of the compensation package, which includes wages, health care, and other benefits. And all you have to do is require that if and when Medicare for all comes into place, that you require the company to give the savings that they realize back to the workers in other wages and benefits, which they can negotiate out with the individual unions in that case. So it's, it's not a situation where these workers are going to lose some part of their compensation. You just require the companies to give it to them in other ways. And then at the end of the day, workers will have better health care and they'll have higher wages.
So let's say the company doesn't increase the wages. What happens then?
Well, look, I think that the approach that the senator has been working on is one where you would create, let's call it a tax advantage or a disadvantage for not doing it. That's sufficiently heavy that the companies would in fact do it.
I saw this on the Bloomberg terminal that Senator Elizabeth Warren has embraced Sanders' Medicare for All. Do you think that he's getting enough credit for his Medicare for All plan?
Look, actually, there's been a number of polls recently among Democratic primary voters, and regardless of where voters are on the horse race, in every one of those polls, Bernie Sanders is the most trusted person on health care among Democratic primary voters. So, this is an issue that voters know Bernie Sanders has led on for decades, frankly. They understand, because they feel it every day, the excesses of the insurance company who tells them they can't have this procedure or that procedure, that they have to see this doctor or that doctor, or the pharmaceutical companies that are ripping them off exorbitantly. People feel it in their everyday lives. They know Bernie Sanders stands with them and that he has been a leader on this particular issue.
I got one more question on the horse race,
Sure.
and then I want to add just a couple on policy. Everyone wants to know, everyone knows their friends, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders. When is the truce break?
Well, there's no truce, quote unquote truce. But
true. I shouldn't have said truce. When does the goodwill end?
Well, I don't think. Look, they are friends, in fact, and there is a lot of goodwill between them. And what I think is going on right now is that there is a debate in the party you mentioned earlier. Is this Joe Biden's party? And I think that what we are seeing is a reckoning of the fact that it is not Joe Biden's party. It's not the corporatist wing of the Democratic Party's party. It's the progressive wing. And as we get closer to the actual date of voting, I think people will start to look at the individual candidates. But right now, there's really a victory of the progressive wing over this sort of withering failed corporatist wing of the party. And that's what you're seeing. That's what you saw in the second debate with Bernie Sanders, with Elizabeth Warren's support defending the progressive agenda.
Glass-Steagall, he bringing it back?
Absolutely, 100%. Look,
why? Why is that important?
Why is it important? People who do banking should do banking. People who should do other things should do other things. I think we saw in the last recession that the intertwined nature of the financial services market really cost this country a tremendous amount of money. It creates it creates the ability for companies to create a systemic collapse in this country, and we've got to stop that.
All right, Jeff Weaver. So much to talk about. What about the last policy thing I want to ask you? For folks who say, how are you going to pay for free college for all? What's the answer?
Well, the free college for all one actually is quite easy to answer. Bernie Sanders has talked about imposing a financial transactions tax, an anti-speculation tax, which is, other countries have, many other countries have, and that this would in fact provide enough money to do two things. One is to create tuition-free public colleges and universities and vocational schools. And it would also allow Bernie Sanders' administration to cancel all currently existing student debt.
Final question. We're doing the lightning round, everybody, with Jeff Weaver, the senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. He's been so generous with his time. If he's not in Iowa or New Hampshire, he's been so generous with his time. But the final question that I have for you is on the issue pertaining specifically to trade policy and specifically to the Green New Deal. And what do you say to a worker in a refinery or a worker in a coal mine who hears the Green New Deal and maybe they're in a union, maybe they're progressive, or they decided between Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders in the last cycle? Those voters exist. What do you say to someone, one of those workers who says, wait, this Green New Deal is going to shut down this refinery. This Green New Deal is going to cost me and my family my job. This Green New Deal could cost coal miners and really dramatically upend the way that the town that I'm a part of, that is a part of me, operates.
Oh yeah, well that's a great question, and let me say this. I hope everybody understands that Bernie Sanders does not believe that coal miners and refinery workers are some kind of enemy here. But there is a global crisis, and it in fact affects the children and grandchildren of coal miners and refinery workers like everybody else. That's why it's called a Green New Deal, and the New Deal part of this is that we are going to ensure that people who work in those industries are not displaced. This is not about just giving folks job training. This is about ensuring the economic security of folks who currently work in industries, that will play a much, much, much less part of our economy going forward.
Jeff Weaver, thanks so much for coming in. Thanks for talking about all these issues. We hope to get your boss on eventually. Jeff Weaver, everybody, he's a senior advisor to Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. Very much appreciate the time. Coming up, we pivot to foreign policy. Hagar Shamali is back. James Hohmann from the Washington Post is back. Download the Bloomberg Sound On podcast on Apple iTunes, Bloomberg.com, or by downloading the Bloomberg Business app. You can also find us on radio.com, iHeartRadio, and Spotify. I'm Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, and you're listening to Bloomberg 99.1.
This is Bloomberg Sound On.
The funding of the wall right now is never looked better.
We have really fair deals, and we have many deals in the works.
Call me a nationalist if you'd like. They are doing studies on Donald Trump. They're trying to figure it all out.
Behind the Tweet with Kevin Cirilli on Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2.
I'm Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio. There's been a lot that the president has been tweeting about today. He tweeted, quote, "It would show great weakness if Israel allowed Representatives Omar and Representatives Tlaib to visit. They hate Israel and all Jewish people, and there is nothing that can be said or done to change their minds. Minnesota and Michigan will have a hard time putting them back in office. They are a disgrace," end quote. It came following Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's barring of those two congresswomen that I just mentioned from entering into Israel. Hagar Shamali is CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies, former Treasury spokesperson for terrorism and financial intelligence. She's back. And James Hohmann, making his Bloomberg Radio Sound On debut, is a national political correspondent for The Washington Post. He is also the author of the Daily 202, I Cannot Start My Day Without It. James, why is President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu talking like this?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu has a strong political incentive with the upcoming redo election to placate his base. President Trump, has a bone and he's running after it. He thinks that this is good politics for him. He thinks that it's helpful to go after the squad, as they call themselves, two of the four members, that this excites his folks, that it sets up kind of a culture war clash that he thinks works to his advantage and excites his base.
The thing that struck me the most is, right, it's so clear that this is a ploy by President Trump that Prime Minister Netanyahu played into, and it shocks me that he was goaded into it, especially after the Israeli ambassador to the United States had already affirmed that, this wouldn't happen. They wouldn't be barred entry. But the part that, it's an unprecedented move. I certainly haven't seen anything like this in recent history where a U.S. president is asking a foreign government to take action against a U.S. government official. When we impose visa bans here against outside officials, it's because they pose a threat to the United States. It's a serious move.
And it's not just the tweets, Hagar and James, that he's tweeted about earlier today. Just within the last half hour, President Trump speaking briefly to reporters before boarding a plane in New Jersey to head to Manchester, New Hampshire, where he's going to have a rally there later tonight. And he says that on the issue with China, for example, he says, quote, that the September China meeting is still on, as I understand it. He says that the longer the trade war goes on, the stronger the U.S. gets. Trump says China doing poorly. He wants to make a deal. And then he added, and this is why I'm saying this, is because on the issue of Israel and Omar, he says that President Trump says, I'm reading from the Bloomberg Terminal, Omar and Tlaib have said, quote unquote, disgraceful things. I mean, this is a fight, to James' point. I mean, James, he wants to have this fight, even if it makes many people uncomfortable.
And he's not thinking long term. Obviously, this sets a precedent where, if he's telling, I mean, it's one of the many norms that he's challenged over the last 2 years. I mean, this is one of the more significant ones because it does create a precedent for other countries. If pro-Kurd Republican members of Congress can Turkey exclude them from coming into the country now? Trump is opening a Pandora's box, but that's not how he's thinking. He's thinking purely in electoral politics terms and also sort of in short-term, immediate terms. The reality is if they had just let these two congresswomen come, it wouldn't have been a very big deal. It wouldn't have been the biggest story in the news for a day, let alone multiple days. And in that sense, Trump, I think, can be his worst enemy. But again, I think here there is a method to the madness.
Let me play for you, Hagar, what Congressman Tim Ryan had to say about this whole matter. He was asked about it earlier today out on the campaign trail. Here's Congressman Tim Ryan, Democrat from Ohio.
I really think the issue with Trump is that he's coming unhinged because this looming recession, we saw him go off the rails yesterday. Now today it's this. It'll be something tomorrow, and the more the heat gets cranked up and the more this economy softens, the less he's going to be able to keep his stuff together.
It's funny. This morning when I saw his tweet, my first thought was, is it a boring day? Is there something is there a reason I knew that the punditry would be crazy because it's such a ridiculous move, but the thing is, at the end of the day, the Israelis were a pawn in this, right? They, on the contrary, should have insisted that the congresswomen come to Israel, meet with Israeli officials, meet with Israeli opposition. And by the way, I would add to this that I think the congresswomen should have also included on their trip visits to Israel and visits to different parts of Israel, the Israeli officials and the opposition, having been in the government. Yeah, I mean, having been in the government a long time, it's kind of weird not to go to Israel. There's weird. I mean, there's so many things we work with together with them in, right? Whether it's defense or counterterrorism or technology or whatever. But Representative Omar,
just the big stuff. I mean,
right.
I'm being a little bit humorous here, but what you're saying is so important.
Right, and you're going to Israel. Right. The airport's in Tel Aviv. You're going to Israel. Representative Omar said in her statement that, as someone who sits on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and she oversees appropriations, it's important for her to be informed. She's right. Of course it's important for her to be informed. Going to one side is not being informed. You have to go to both sides, period.
Yeah, and this ensures, I think, one of the problems is obviously so many Democrats are solidly, reliably pro-Israel. And this, I think, again, in the short-term way, it feels like this is going to divide. The Israel relationship shouldn't be partisan. Mm-hmm. And this is problematic because it's going to force Democrats to, in taking the side of the, it's not like they're going to all of a sudden become pro-BDS or anything. But what it does is it makes Israel look partisan. It makes Israel look like a Republican issue. And the strength of the alliance for so long has been that it's not.
I want to pivot to Hong Kong because the president just within the last half hour briefly telling reporters that he wants to see China solve Hong Kong in a humane way. He went on to say that he wouldn't want to see violent Hong Kong crackdown. Hagar, we've been talking about this all week in the situation in Hong Kong. What do you make now of the president's remarks within the last half hour or so?
I mean, listen, not bad, but not great. We're looking to the president to express support for the protesters. He's got to do that. And it's important. It's a representative of our value. I was at the White House when we had the Arab Spring, and I remember dealing with these issues. And so I can appreciate that it's confusing, that, you don't want to go out too far. You don't want to put the cart before the horse. But these protests have been going on for a while, and they're demanding things that are very fair. And the Chinese are playing dirty with the deals that they had with, when they took over the territory in 1999. What? So, yeah, he's got to be clearer about it. He's not being.
James Hohmann, you're the political zeitgeist master here. You know all of the political insides and outs. It's like I'm talking to Mike Allen's protege. But what do you say? What is the political calculation for President Trump not, to Hagar's point, going as aggressively out in favor of Hong Kong as predecessors might?
It's all about trade. It's all about trade. It's all about, again, domestic political considerations. Trump is not a lowercase d Democrat. He's not someone who's kind of on the side of if you think about every kind of leader, what side of the barricades they're on. Are they storming the barricades? Or are they on their side of the barricades? Donald Trump's on the other side of the barricades kind of guy. And I think he made a commitment during a phone call that caught his aides off guard with Xi Jinping saying, "I won't criticize you publicly," for Hong Kong a few weeks ago. That was reported by the Financial Times a few weeks ago, but then subsequently, other people have followed up on that reporting, and aides have been going to the president and saying, we're going to do this. You need to speak out, and he won't. And so I think he's responding to some pressure to do so.
And Xi Jinping made a deal on fentanyl that he totally went back on. All
right,
coming
exactly.
up, we're going to talk more politics and policy with an all-star panel. James Hohmann of the Washington Post, everybody, the author of the Daily 202, and Hagar Shamali, CEO of Greenwich Media Strategy, former spokesperson for terrorism and financial intelligence at the Treasury Department. Download the Bloomberg Sound On podcast on Apple iTunes, Bloomberg.com, or by downloading the Bloomberg Business app. You can also find us on radio.com, iHeartRadio, and Spotify. I'm Kevin Cirilli. You're listening to Bloomberg 99.1.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Kevin Cirilli on Bloomberg 99.1 and 105.7 FM HD2.
I'm Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. It's been a jam-packed news day. We have been covering all things on the program, and it's now time for a segment that I like to call What's on Your Radar. And we've got two political all-stars. James Hohmann, everybody. He's first time on Bloomberg Sound On. He's national political correspondent for the Washington Post and author of one of my daily must-reads, The Daily 202. And Hagar Shamali, CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies. She's really like our resident foreign policy expert of Bloomberg Sound On, but she's also the former Treasury spokesperson for terrorism and financial intelligence. I'm going to start off because one of the things that's on my radar has been this tragic story from, I grew up right outside of Philadelphia in Delco. And last night, there was that shooting and police officers in Philadelphia getting shot in Philadelphia. And you led with this in your daily note today, James Hohmann, in the Washington Post Daily 202. You say the headline reads, "Police officers keep getting shot by people with criminal records who are not allowed to own guns." The president tweeting about this as well, this notion as well, earlier today. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has said that when lawmakers return from congressional recess in September, they're going to try to get something done, some type of bipartisan legislative fix done in September. But talk about what you report today in the Daily 202.
Yeah, so this is part of a pattern, unfortunately, Kevin. I wish I could say it was just this terrible incident in Philadelphia, but earlier this week, in fact, 2 police officers were killed in California, one in Los Angeles. And that was a very similar situation. The guy in Philadelphia had an incredibly long rap sheet, including a lot of gun crimes, convictions that made him legally ineligible to buy a gun. Obviously, he still got one. There are lots and lots of ways to get guns in America. For most Americans, they can do it legally and easily. For others, even if you're banned by law from getting a gun, you can still get them at there's gun show loopholes. You can buy parts online and assemble them. You can buy them underground through gangs that are trafficking them. There's a host of different ways that people are able to get guns even when they're not allowed to. And I think, they're breaking the law as it is on the books. That doesn't mean that you can't pass new laws or change things. But it is something that lawmakers have to grapple with as they're trying to make public policy. How do you prevent these people who shouldn't have guns, who aren't currently allowed to have them, from getting them? And so there are a lot of loopholes, and it doesn't sound like some of those loopholes are under consideration, which is what I tried to write about this morning, that you certainly, expanding background checks would make it harder for some of these folks to get guns. There was also a case in Arkansas a couple weeks ago where a cop was killed, a sheriff's deputy. But you have to, there's changes to the law that can be made that would stop these kinds of things from happening.
I grew up reading the Delco Daily Times.
Yeah.
I also grew up reading the Philadelphia Inquirer. One of the journalists there, Aubrey Whalen, covering this story, we went to college together, and the headline of this story, I'm going to tweet it out. I mean, you have to read this. The headline reads, "After hours of fear, terrified parents comfort children after daycare lockdown near North Philly police shooting." This story just puts into perspective that 7.5 hours standoff in North Philadelphia. Can you imagine? I can't imagine. I don't want to imagine that. But that's the reality that Philadelphia is waking up to today, and it's the reality for this community. Excellent reporting, James, in the Daily 202 on this. So that's what's on my radar. I can't stop thinking about it. And kudos to the Philadelphia police for everything that they've done on on this issue and the work that they did in that community. James, what's on your radar?
So Donald Trump, like you mentioned a few minutes ago,
Yes.
in Manchester, New Hampshire tonight.
Yes, he loves New Hampshire.
He loves New Hampshire.
Remember, he won the New Hampshire primary after he lost the Iowa caucus in 2016. And everybody said you don't have a ground game. And I'll never forget this at his victory speech. He goes, "We learned a lot about a ground game." And you know who he pointed to? Corey Lewandowski.
Mm-hmm. And Corey is from New Hampshire. And he has been an operative in New Hampshire for a long time, managed a Senate race there, worked for the Kochs there. And Corey kind of has gotten the political bug of wanting himself to run for office. He's leaning toward running for Senate. Every Republican kind of from the establishment wing of the party, everyone who was against Trump in 2016 has been pleading with the National Party, with the White House, with the president, not to endorse Corey Lewandowski. They say he will not be able to beat Jeanne Shaheen, the incumbent Democratic senator there. They say that if Corey Lewandowski is the Republican nominee for Senate, what it would likely do is mean that the Republican governor there, Chris Sununu, would lose re-election. So lots of concern among Republicans in New Hampshire about Corey getting in that race.
Lincoln, you'll miss it. The House Judiciary Committee on Thursday subpoenaed President Donald Trump's former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski. Switching gears, Hagar, what's on your political radar?
The developments with Iran, the U.S., mainly the latest in the tensions, has been taking me. The news is moving so fast, it's actually a little bit hard to follow. But on Tuesday, the Iranians had said that a vessel that the British had seized off the coast of Gibraltar on July 4th would be released. That vessel had been detained for sanctions violations for allegedly smuggling oil to Syria. And that's you had seen a lot happening over the course of the last few weeks related to that. The Iranians seized a British tanker and so on. So that happened on Tuesday, and the United States this morning said that they had applied to seize that ship from the Europeans, from the UK. Which would stall its release. But then a couple hours after that, the authorities in Gibraltar decided to go ahead and release it. So the reason I'm very fascinated by this, and I think it's an interesting development, is
sounds like a real game of Battleship.
Good pull.
It is. I mean, I stand firm with my point that I do not believe we're headed to full-scale war. I just don't see a scenario where even a miscalculation could make that happen. But that being said, what this means for U.S. tensions with Iran is going up. Things are getting, even shakier. We're seeing the next rounds of things. But then on the other hand, I think from a sanctions perspective, as you know, I'm a sanctions nerd and I love to go into that stuff.
I'm a nerd too.
Yeah, we all are here. Yeah. I find it's not unprecedented for the United States to request seized vessels that were seized for other, sanctions violations abroad.
I want to slow down for our listeners. We've got like a minute and a half left. It's not unprecedented,
right,
for the United States to seize vessels,
right, that were seized by other foreign authorities. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. Of a couple months ago, the Indonesians seized a vessel for violating North Korea sanctions. Sorry, that happened last year. And a couple months ago, the United States was able to seize that vessel from the Indonesians. So it's not unprecedented. It does happen. It's interesting.
Tehran's throwing a temper tantrum.
Yeah, yes. Zarif was not happy, but I don't believe anything Zarif says.
So why should truthfully, just to kind of top line view this for folks getting in their car on the way home from work, why, bottom line, tweetable line, why does it matter the developments with this ship for U.S.-Iranian relations?
Because it's another step in the escalation in the U.S.-Iran relations, and because the United States is looking for creative options to find different ways to increase the pressure further.
September's going to be a crazy month, but one of the things that I'm really already thinking about is if President Trump shows up at the UN and what his message is going to be, because that's when all of this is going to come to a head. Hagar Chemali, my good friend Hagar Chemali, CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies, former Treasury spokesperson. Thanks for being here. James, did you have a good time?
I had a great time. Good to be with you,
If
Kevin.
people want to subscribe to the Washington Post Daily 202, how can they do it?
Just go to WashingtonPost.com/daily202, the DC area code.
Congrats on all the success of that. James Hohmann, everybody. He is the author of the Washington Post Daily 202. He is the national political correspondent for the Washington Post. You can download the Bloomberg Sound On podcast on Apple iTunes at Bloomberg.com or by downloading the Bloomberg Business app. You can also find us on radio.com, iHeartRadio, and Spotify. I'm Kevin Cirilli, Chief Washington Correspondent for Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio. Thanks for listening to Bloomberg 99.1.
Tonight on All In.
Why did you feel the need to get involved in the two Congresswomen's
trip to Israel.
The president demands a foreign government retaliate against American citizens.
I can't imagine why Israel would let them in.
Tonight, the growing outrage over the president's behavior and his continued attacks on the first two Muslim women in Congress. Senator Bernie Sanders joins me on the Trump attacks on the Squad and a Trump economy teetering on the edge of recession. Plus, why Democrats just subpoenaed the man Donald Trump just endorsed for Senate.
He's terrific on television, you've seen.
And what we're learning from leaked details of the Jeffrey Epstein autopsy. All In starts now. Good evening from New York. I'm Ali Velshi in for Chris Hayes. It was another extraordinary day in the era of Donald Trump. The president wielding his power to push Israel to deny entrance to two American citizens, two elected U.S. officials for that matter, because those American citizens, those two women, are his political adversaries. Democratic Congresswomen Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar had planned to visit Jerusalem and the West Bank this weekend. The two lawmakers are vocal critics of the Israeli government and its treatment of the Palestinian people. But as of just last month, the visit appeared to be on track. The Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ron Dermer, who's extremely close to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said the two members of Congress would be allowed to visit, quote, out of respect for the U.S. Congress and the great alliance between Israel and America. This past weekend, the top Republican in the House, Congressman Kevin McCarthy, appeared in Jerusalem alongside his Democratic counterpart, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, and said that the two women should be allowed to visit Israel. This is how the Israeli newspaper Haaretz covered those comments. Quote, U.S. House leaders back Netanyahu's decision to let Tlaib and Omar enter Israel. So, certainly seemed like a done deal as of this weekend. But this morning, the president tweeted, quote, it would show great weakness if Israel allowed Congresswoman Omar and Congresswoman Tlaib to visit, Trump claiming the pair, quote, hate Israel and all Jewish people. It's worth noting that Donald Trump once insisted that at least some of the white supremacists and neo-Nazis who marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, a group who walked the streets carrying torches and chanting, the Jews will not replace us, were, quote, very fine people. He also reportedly told the former president of his casino, quote, the only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. Well, today, shortly after the president's tweet, Netanyahu reversed course and did Trump's bidding, officially barring Congresswomen Tlaib and Omar from Israel. The move garnered strong criticism from Republican and Democratic lawmakers, and even the powerful pro-Israel lobby group AIPAC called it a mistake. After stating that it disagreed with the two lawmakers, AIPAC added, quote, we also believe every member of Congress should be able to visit and experience our Democratic ally Israel firsthand. It's perhaps not so surprising that Trump is wielding this power, by the way, to retaliate against the first two Muslim women ever elected to Congress. And don't forget, one of the centerpieces of his presidential campaign was a proposed ban on all Muslims entering the United States until we can, quote, figure out what the hell is going on. Trump has repeatedly targeted Tlaib and Omar specifically, along with two other Congresswomen of color, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ayanna Pressley, even telling him to quote, go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came. All four women are American citizens. Three of them were born in the United States. The one who was not, Ilhan Omar, I should note, has been a U.S. citizen longer than the president's wife, Melania. Last month, after Trump attacked Congresswoman Omar at a rally, his supporters chanted, send her back, and Trump did nothing to stop those chants. In a statement today, Omar described the decision to ban her from Israel as an insult to democratic values. Quote, Trump's Muslim ban is what Israel is implementing, this time against two duly elected members of Congress. I want to get some reaction now from Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders, independent senator from Vermont. Senator, good to see you. What's your reaction to President Trump asking the president of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to do this, and Netanyahu obliging?
Well, I wish I could tell you, Ali, that I am shocked. I am not. We have a president who tragically is a racist, is a xenophobe, and who is a religious bigot. But the idea that a member of the United States Congress cannot visit a nation, which, by the way, we support to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, is clearly an outrage. And if Israel doesn't want members of the United States Congress to visit their country to get a firsthand look at what's going on, and I've been there many, many times, but if he doesn't want members to visit, maybe he can respectfully decline the billions of dollars that we give to Israel.
Over time, in excess of $140 billion. Last year alone, $3 billion in various types of aid. You've actually suggested that that might be used to leverage some of Israel's behavior that Representatives Omar and Tlaib are critical of, as you've been critical of.
Well, all that I am saying is that we need a Middle East policy which is even-handed, which protects the independence and the safety of Israel, but also shows respect to the Palestinian people, many of whom in Gaza and elsewhere are suffering incredibly. Unemployment rate off the charts. People cannot leave their community. And I think what the United States should be doing, especially with the enormous amount of money we're spending there, is to demand that Israel and the Palestinian leadership sit down and start working out their differences and create peace in that troubled region.
Senator, I'm never going to pass an opportunity when you're on with me to talk about the economy. I want to talk about what's going on this week. Donald Trump's trade war, the effect that it's having. Look, he's been roundly criticized for the way he's handled this, not critical of the fact that he and some of his supporters believe that China needs to be dealt with differently. You too have had views, and many of your supporters have had views that we lose out to manufacturing that comes from low-wage countries like China. Watching what you're watching now, how would a President Bernie Sanders deal with trade issues differently? Because you were against the TPP. You have come out against a lot of these trade agreements. Yeah. So how would you handle matters differently so that we don't get ourselves into the pickle we're in right now?
Well, first of all, you don't do trade policy by tweet. You don't have a belligerent policy toward our allies all over the world. What you do is sit down with the stakeholders, which is labor, which are farmers, and you work out a trade policy which works for ordinary Americans and not just large corporations, which has historically been what our trade policy is about. Look, the truth is that if you looked at NAFTA and PNTR with China, that has cost us some 4 million jobs. So I happen to believe in trade. I'm a strong believer in trade, but it cannot be unfettered free trade, which it really is not. It's nothing free about it. But it has to be fair trade, which protects American workers and farmers.
Senator, when you got into government, trade, I'm making this up, but it was somewhere around 20% of global GDP. It's now somewhere around 60, in excess of 60% of GDP. The world got richer for it. GDP is higher. Corporate profitability is higher. The fact is there's more money because of trade. We haven't used that money to train people, to retrain people, to equip people for the future. Is trade really the enemy, or is how we deal with the profits from trade the problem?
Well, Ali, I think trade is one of the problems. Automation and artificial intelligence, which are going to cost us many, many jobs, are another part of the problem. But to answer your question, when we talk about the overall economy, it's more than trade. You have to look at a situation where today you have 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. That's not just trade. There's a lot of factors involved there. You have major corporations like Amazon not paying a nickel in federal income taxes. You got half of the American people working paycheck to paycheck. 87 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured. And tonight, some 500,000 Americans are going to be sleeping out on the street when 49% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So the bottom line there is trade is one of the issues, not the only one. We need an economy and a government that works for everybody, not just the 1%, which is currently the case.
What does it look like to work for everybody? And I know we'll get to Medicare for all in a second, because that's one of the things you say will work for everybody. But what does it mean for the rest of people who are not employed? Who it's not a huge percentage of our population. It's a very low percentage, but it's stubborn. There are a number of people in this country, somewhere around 10 million people, who are not participating in this economy.
But Ali, it's not just the unemployed. And you're right. There are more than we think, and they're hurting. It is, in fact, tens of millions of people who are trying to get by today on 10, 11, 12 bucks an hour. You can't do it. It is people in Vermont and in California working 2 or 3 jobs in order to pay the bills that their families are needing. It is elderly people who are trying to get by on $12,000, $13,000 a year Social Security. It is people, 1 out of 5 people cannot afford the medicine that their doctors prescribe. So the truth is, you got an economy that's doing really, really well for the people on top, but a lot of people are hurting in the bottom 50%, and that is an issue we've got to talk about.
All right, let's talk about Medicare for All. You know, I like talking about this with you.
Yes,
Kevin,
I know.
coming from Canada, I understand what everybody having health care looks like. However, one of the things you and I have talked about is that there will be structural change with your plan. There will be people put out of their jobs, and there'll be a transition, and you've talked about it taking at least 4 years to get done, if not longer. Now we have a different problem on our hands. We have a president. We're 10 years and 2 months into an expansion. It's a very long one. At some point, there's going to be a recession. There are some people saying this president might march us headlong into one with his trade policies. What happens? Bernie Sanders wins the election. President Bernie Sanders, are you going to implement Medicare for All right off the top if you happen to be in a bad economy?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Well, this will improve the economy. When you got 87 million people who can't afford to go to the doctor, you got 30,000 people who are going to die this year because they don't get to a doctor when they should. When you have 500,000 people, it's unbelievable, 500,000 people go bankrupt because they cannot afford the outrageous medical bills they get.
Only country in the developed world where that happens.
That's right. So if you're asking me, overall, will it improve the economy to have Medicare for All over a 4-year transition? The answer is absolutely yes. And I'll tell you one of the things we don't talk enough about. It will help home health care for the elderly who don't have to go into a nursing home because my legislation covers home health care. The other thing it does, which is pretty amazing, is that if you are in a job right now, and there are millions of people who are at a job that they really don't like, but they're there because they get decent health care. When you have Medicare for All, suddenly you're going to see a whole lot of people starting small businesses, going out and doing all kinds of incredible things because they are not now chained down at a job which they have only because they have decent health care.
Senator, good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, presidential candidate. Ahead, more on the president's continued attacks on the first 2 Muslim women ever elected to Congress, the divider-in-chief as campaign strategy ahead.
Hey, it's Chris Hayes from MSNBC. You know, every day I come to the office and we make a television show. And every day I think to myself, there's so much more I want to talk about. And so this is our podcast. It's called Why Is This Happening? And the whole idea behind it is to get to the root of the things that we see play out every day. They're driven by big ideas. Each week, I sit down with a person uniquely suited to explain why this is happening.
New episodes of Why Is This Happening? Every Tuesday. Listen for free wherever you get your podcasts.
One consistent theme in Donald Trump's political career has been his systematic attacks on Muslims. It started in 2015 when he proposed banning all Muslims from entering the United States.
Okay, so remember this. So listen. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
That continued through 2016 when he attacked the Muslim mother of a fallen U.S. soldier, a Gold Star mother who took the stage at the Democratic National Convention. He suggested that she didn't speak alongside her husband because, quote, maybe she wasn't allowed to have anything to say. The mother later clarified she didn't speak up because there was a giant picture of her dead son projected on the screen behind her, and it made her too emotional. Once Donald Trump became president, one of his first acts was to try and make good on his Muslim ban. Donald Trump's systematic attack on Muslims has been a recurring theme in his campaign and his presidency. Just last month, he tweeted, quote, why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came? That was directed at 4 congresswomen, 2 of whom are Muslim. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. And 3 days after that tweet, we saw him bask in the send her back chants that were directed at those women at his rally. Now, it's important to remember that this hateful rhetoric is literally a campaign ploy. It began on a campaign stop in 2015. It's continued through his presidency, and he's using it again as he seeks re-election. Anti-Muslim rhetoric is a key part of Donald Trump's strategy to win in 2020. Joining me now are two people with significant experience covering Israel and the rest of the Middle East. Rula Jabril, a journalist and foreign policy analyst who grew up in East Jerusalem. Ayman Mohyeldin, who has reported on the Middle East extensively before becoming the co-host of Morning Joe First Look right here on MSNBC every morning. Welcome to both of you. Thank you for being here. Rula, you've had a few hours to digest this. What stands out to you as the most egregious part of what happened today? And I remind people it was Donald Trump tweeting about how Israel should block these two women, and then the Prime Minister of Israel acquiescing.
We are both ethnically Palestinian, and I'm speaking obviously today as a journalist, as analyst. However, Palestinian people, if you're an Arab or Palestinian, you've been banned many times from entering Israel and even prevented from crossing from one area to another. So we're familiar with this. What is new is Israel's escalation in its war on every critic around the world. And this is backed by the President of the United States. I don't know if there's a precedent, any other leader in America that ever lobbied to ban Congress.
I can't think of one.
I don't remember anyone. However, it's the Israeli government and Trump, they're united in defining their countries, their relative countries, along racial, religious line. And now they are taking it to the next level in the case of Israel and the case of Trump, where they're saying, if you criticize us, you will be banned. These two women have a role as representative of U.S. Congress that's been, by the way, the biggest ally of Israel ever, not even the White House or any president, has been Congress. They've been giving them aid for years, and they've been very generous with them. So Israel is saying, if you want to visit Israel or the territories that we control, which is the occupied territories, you have to go through AIPAC and approve of what we are doing. If not, we don't want you here. So they're throwing Democrats under the bus, and they're aligning themselves totally with Donald Trump and his vision of ethno-religious project of exclusion and purity. This is what's happening today.
Interesting point, though, that in doing this, in blocking these two women, these two members of Congress, whether they're members of Congress or not, Israel is sort of underscoring the point that critics of Israel have, that you can't get to the West Bank, you can't get to the occupied territories, you can't get to Gaza, but with the permission of the Israeli government, which they denied because these two women are critics, active critics.
There's three components to this, and that is certainly one of them. I think one is this underscores the reality of what occupation is. It's that Israel controls the lives of these millions of Palestinians that live there. Anyone who wants to access them to see for themselves what that reality is on the ground, whether it be a human rights activist, whether it be a sitting member of Congress, whether it be a politician or even an entertainer, they would be limited because Israel ultimately controls who goes in and out of the territories. Two, it also, for the first time, marks a slight and dangerous potential shift for what Israel has done, in that it's exporting its policy of silencing those who want to support BDS beyond its borders, this time to an American congresswoman. We have seen them try to do that internally within Israel. There have been Israeli activists and Palestinian activists who have been banned from traveling out of Israel. But now to see them denying this, it takes it to an international level that we have not yet seen before. And finally, it undermines the so-called special relationship between Israel and the United States. You had a lot of members of the Democratic Party just last week or in the week before standing in Israel saying the Israeli prime minister is not a racist, vouching for Israel being a open and secular and free democratic society, and saying all the things that we're hearing are bad. They have egg on their face today. They vouched for this Israeli government, and today that Israeli government has essentially not only disrespected the institution of Congress, but has also disrespected members of the Democratic Party. It is now incumbent upon the Democratic leadership to correct that and stand up for that.
You talked about BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Rula, the ambassador, David Friedman, the ambassador to Israel, said this today. The boycott, divestment, and sanctions, BDS movement against Israel is not free speech. Rather, it is no less than economic warfare designed to delegitimize and ultimately destroy the Jewish state.
I think South Africans would disagree. I think what really really brought down apartheid South Africa was only economic sanction and a pressure for the international community. It's a non-violent. So what path does Friedman give to the Palestinians? And by the way, it's good to mention that Ambassador Friedman has been financing the settlement enterprise that is illegal, that's been stealing people lands. And this is not the first time, by the way, that they block a U.S. official. They blocked Jimmy Carter. President Carter was supposed to go a couple of years ago from Jordan, from Allenby Bridge, to visit the territories, the occupied territory, and the Israeli prevented him from going. And they prevented other people. But what this administration is doing is basically saying to the world, the America we want is basically an America for white people, for people who are evangelical and Christian and white people. Israel has been doing that for a while. They even enshrine in laws, discriminatory laws, the nation-state bill law. What does it say? That people like you, Ali, like me, like Ayman, who are American first and foremost, and then we can be Muslim or Sikh or whatever, they will define us always and see us only through the prism of one thing. So we have, which is our ethnicity or our religion, which is really a betrayal of the Declaration of Independence of Israel that talked about equal rights. So when Bibi Netanyahu stand there and say Arabs are driving in droves, and then the Congress give them basically a pass on BDS and tell them, no, we will condemn BDS on your behalf, you're basically licensing him and giving him a pass to do what he did today. So the way to fight this is to stand up to Israel for what they are doing, not what they are saying, what they are doing. And what they did today is a clear declaration of war on Congress itself, especially Democrats.
Roula, Ayman, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Roula Jibril and Ayman Mohyeldin. After this, new reporting on the cause and effect of Donald Trump's divisive campaigning and New York Governor Andrew Cuomo on his state's new initiative to combat domestic terror. We've now got hard numbers about how this president and his rhetoric have been inspiring violence across the country. In a new nationwide review, ABC News found 36 criminal cases invoking Trump in connection with violence, threats, alleged assaults. 7 of those cases involved anti-Trump acts, but that still leaves 29 cases where, according to court documents or police statements, there was a link to the president. ABC News reporting that, quote, in 9 cases, perpetrators hailed Trump in the midst or immediate aftermath of physically attacking innocent victims. In another 10 cases, perpetrators cheered or defended Trump while taunting or threatening others. And in another 10 cases, Trump and his rhetoric were cited in court to explain a defendant's violent or threatening behavior. The latest case cited by ABC News happened in El Paso, where a gunman murdered 22 people after parroting the president's anti-immigrant rhetoric. Other incidents happened across the country, from Florida to Michigan to California to Utah. There were even several cases right here in New York, including one in which the FBI arrested a 55-year-old man for threatening to kill Democratic member of Congress Ilhan Omar. The very next day after that arrest, Donald Trump was back attacking Congresswoman Omar.
And a special thanks to Representative Omar of Minnesota. Oh, I forgot. She doesn't like Israel. I forgot. I'm so sorry.
I want to bring in someone who just launched a brand new effort to fight domestic terrorism here in New York and who's pushing Congress to follow suit. Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York State joins me now. Governor, good to see you. You and I spoke in the immediate aftermath of the shootings in El Paso and Dayton about things that were happening in New York, because we've got a brand new law in New York dealing with gun violence. But you have introduced something specifically dealing with domestic terror. How do you think this helps?
Well, first, I think, Ali, we have to acknowledge what's happening in this country today. We talk about terrorism. We're talking about terrorism normally from a foreign entity, right? New York's anti-terrorism law was written after 9/11. There's a new type of terrorism. It is domestic terrorism, but domestic terrorism meaning homegrown terrorism. Terrorism by Americans against Americans motivated by hate. And I'm proposing a statute that defines domestic terrorism as mass murder plus a hate crime. Hate crime means the motivation was against the person's race, color, creed, sexual orientation, etc. That is terrorism. You know, if you kill, what happened in El Paso, if you kill Latinos because they are Latinos, that is a hate crime. And I believe that's terrorism. That's a mass murder hate crime. If you walk into a synagogue to kill Jewish people, that is terrorism. Let's acknowledge it for what it is, and let's punish it for what it is.
What is the statute that you propose?
Terrorism.
What does it change?
It establishes a new law, a new crime, defining domestic terrorism as having nothing to do with a foreign entity, just a hate-based crime by an American against other Americans based on race, color, creed, sexual orientation, etc. So you can have a radicalized American, not radicalized by a foreign ideology, but radicalized by hate, who sets out to kill a certain religion, sexual orientation, etc., and is successful in killing people. That is terrorism. El Paso was terrorism. Tree of Life Synagogue was terrorism. And let's call it what it is, and let's treat it that way, and the penalty would be the same as a foreign actor in terrorism.
You know, when you combine the idea of domestic terrorism, particularly that's fed by white nationalism, with the availability of guns and the ammunition that can go into it and the high-capacity magazines, those two things are what has proved to be lethal. Domestic terrorism throughout the world is an issue, but availability of weaponry in the United States tends to make it that much more lethal. You've already got a new book, a new law on the books. Does that work with this, or will that work with this in terms of dealing with the guns and the terrorism?
Yes, exactly. You're exactly right. It's not just hate. We've always had hate, let's be honest, right? In the American DNA is diversity, and diversity can create fear and anxiety and hate. It's hate plus guns that create the problem. That is the toxic cocktail. Hate alone picks up a rock, picks up a club. Hate plus an assault weapon, 22 dead in 3 minutes. That's the combination. So we have the anti-terrorism law and the new terrorism law. And then New York has the best gun control law in the United States of America, passed 6 years ago. We still need the nation to pass it. Ban assault weapons, ban high-capacity magazines, mental health background check, universal background checks, and a red flag law. That combination, real smart, common sense gun laws, which, by the way, Ali, we've had for 6 years, and all the NRA arguments, none of them came to fruition. The slippery slope, government will take your gun, none of that happened. 6 years, nobody walked up to me and said, you know, Governor, I'm supposed to have a gun legally and I can't get it. But people are safer. So you can have common sense gun laws, a real new look at terrorism based on hate, and you need to address both of those issues. That's El Paso, that's the synagogue shootings, that's the Orlando nightclub shooting, that's the common denominator, hate plus guns in the wrong hands or extraordinarily dangerous guns.
Governor, I got a minute left. We've got two presidential candidates in this show. You've got a view on how Democrats can deal with these particular issues on a national level in the presidential race.
Yes. Look, people say, well, maybe after El Paso there's a tipping point and change will happen. Ali, there is no magic moment. There is no spontaneous combustion. Change doesn't just happen. Leadership causes change. And what I'm saying to the Democrats is they should form a clear juxtaposition with this president. He's not going to do anything on guns. Neither will the Republicans in the Senate. The Democrats should have one clear clear position where they can stand together, put their own personal politics aside, and say every Democratic presidential candidate, the House, the Senate, here's the Democratic position. A real comprehensive, no baby steps, gun control law, hold that up for the American public and say, here's the clear choice. The Republicans will do nothing. We will do this. We're all unified, and give the American people the choice. I believe they will choose common sense gun reform because they are ahead of the politicians. But the Democratic Party has to lead. And put your internal politics aside and stop jockeying against the other candidate. Come up with a uniform position. I've told them, don't come and campaign in this state unless you have a comprehensive gun control proposal, because you're not going to sell in New York if you don't have a real, thorough, comprehensive gun law.
Governor Andrew Cuomo, thanks for your time tonight. Good to talk to you.
Thanks. Good
Andrew
to talk
Cuomo
to you, Ali.
is the governor of New York. Ahead, updates in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, including revelations about his autopsy. That report next. The autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein's body was completed last weekend on Sunday, just one day after he was found hanging in his cell at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Manhattan. But the results of the autopsy were inconclusive, and the medical examiner listed the cause of death as pending. So that's all the information we had for nearly a week following Epstein's death, until the Washington Post published a new revelation about the autopsy this morning, now confirmed by NBC News, that, quote, among the broken bones in Epstein's neck was the hyoid bone. The Post explains, quote, such breaks can occur in those who hang themselves, particularly if they are older, but they're more common in victims of homicide by strangulation, according to experts. The New York City chief medical examiner responded in a statement saying, quote, in all forensic investigations, all information must be synthesized to determine the cause and manner of death. Everything must be consistent. No single finding can be evaluated in a vacuum. Joining me now is one of the reporters who broke that story, Carol Leonnig, an investigative reporter for the Washington Post and an MSNBC contributor. Carol, I know nothing about medicine or biology or, all this stuff, but the hyoid bone is sort of somewhere around the Adam's apple. It's a very small bone. And tell me about what this finding means. In some percentage of cases when it's broken, it'll happen because of a suicide. In some cases, because of a strangulation. Tell me a little about this.
So I wasn't an expert in this either. I'm the beneficiary of a bunch of forensic pathologists who've lent their time to school us at the Post about what this means. Most studies find that it's unusual, atypical for the hyoid bone in men right above the Adam's apple to break during a suicide by hanging. It's usually associated with homicidal strangulation. And some of those medical examiners who've been consulting with us about this have warned me that the New York chief medical examiner in this case likely ruled that this death of Epstein was pending, or the cause of death, rather, was pending, because that bone sticks out as a sort of sore thumb in your facts, in your case. And she wants to possibly rule out any other possibility of homicide. For example, there are other indicia that would recommend that this is suicide, such as if he committed suicide, there would be no scratching at the neck, no skin of his own in his fingernails. There would be no defensive wounds that he incurred himself. There would be a kind of furrowing around his neck from the strangulation. There are other indicia that would say he committed suicide. It's not impossible that he broke this bone while trying to commit suicide. It's just not typical, and that's why it stands out. There was one examiner who called me today and said, I just think this is really rare. I don't see a hyoid bone breaking in a suicide by hanging almost ever. So it doesn't mean that we know for sure how he died. It just means it raises more worrisome questions about the cause.
Those questions wouldn't be there if he was checked on as much as he might have been, or we've got video. Now, the medical examiner has work to do as a medical examiner in a morgue. how does that fit in with the fact that there are others who have to interview guards and they have to check video and they have to see what's going on? I imagine in this particular instance, those two things need to come together to make a clear determination of what happened on Saturday.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad you raised that, because there are many facts still outstanding, right? Videotape of the jail. We now know that no tapes were pointed directly into Jeff Epstein's cell. We know some tapes existed because the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Prisons were able to determine that the staff who were on duty were asleep and didn't check on him for more than 3 hours during the middle of the night before he died, the very crucial hours before he died. So there is some video that's worth looking at. The death investigation will absolutely look at that. The pathologist is going to look for toxicology results. Was there anything in his system to suggest that he was actually killed by someone injecting him with something? I know that sounds nutty, but you've got to rule that out. The death investigation will also interview guards and inmates. Some of the guards are going to want lawyers and not answer questions, because it goes to the heart of, are you going to be able to keep your job after you explain what happened? There are a lot of unanswered questions, but the body itself gives a lot of clues. We only know at the Washington Post about this one that doesn't answer the question, but raises more.
This entire story, since the Miami Herald initially did that story last fall, has had more questions associated with it than answers from the beginning to the end. Carol, thank you for your great reporting on this. Carol Leonnig of the Washington Post.
Thank you.
Still ahead, a second 2020 Democrat drops out of the race. A former Trump campaign manager flirts with a Senate bid. Plus, my interview with presidential candidate Jay Inslee, all in 2020. Today, President Trump all but endorsed his former campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, for a possible Senate run in New Hampshire. Then, just hours later, the House Judiciary Committee subpoenaed Lewandowski. The committee wants to compel Lewandowski to testify publicly on September 17th about his role in Trump's attempt to limit Mueller's investigation, a possible obstruction of justice. The summons came just after the president himself sang Lewandowski's praises, saying that if Lewandowski did run for the Senate against Democratic incumbent in New Hampshire, he'd be a great candidate because he's so good on TV.
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that I think he would be fantastic. He's got great energy. He's terrific on television, you've seen. I don't think he's made that decision yet.
Trump praised Lewandowski again just moments ago at a rally in Manchester, New Hampshire, urging him to make a decision soon. Now, on the other side, Democrats are eager to field candidates who can boost their chance at taking back the Senate. They've got their eyes set on former Governor John Hickenlooper of Colorado, who today ended his presidential run and said he's considering a run against incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner.
I've heard from so many Coloradans who want me to run for the United States Senate. They remind me how much is at stake for our country and our state. I intend to give that some serious thought.
There's also a push for presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke to run for Senate in Texas instead, as the Houston Chronicle editorial board advocated last week. But O'Rourke is reportedly restarting his presidential campaign in the wake of the mass shootings in El Paso with a focus on gun violence. Democrats have also pleaded with Montana governor and presidential candidate Steve Bullock to run for the Senate there, but he told me definitively yesterday that he's not going to run for the Senate. There are high stakes for all the remaining Democratic presidential candidates who have less than 2 weeks to qualify for the third presidential debate. Governor Jay Inslee of Washington, one of those candidates determined to make his case, joins me straight ahead.
It's aggravating, it's saddening, and it's just something that we need to do something about. And if the state and federal government don't want to stand up to the NRA and some other folks, then let us police ourselves. But they preempt us on all kinds of gun control legislation. Our officers deserve to be protected, and they don't deserve to be shot at by a guy for hours with an unlimited supply of weapons and an unlimited supply of bullets. So it's disgusting, and we got to do something about it.
Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney is urging new action on gun violence after 6 police officers were shot and injured last night in an 8-hour standoff with a heavily armed suspect who's now in custody. My next guest, presidential candidate Jay Inslee, governor of Washington, has unveiled a plan to address gun violence. Governor, thank you for being with us. You and I have talked many times. We often talk about climate, centerpiece of your campaign. But this is a very serious part of your campaign. Talk to me about your plan.
Well, we have a very comprehensive plan. I think we were the first, one of the candidates, to roll out an attack both on white nationalism and on gun violence. We know that they are related. We know that we've heard too much of white nationalism out of the White House. We know that the president has actually shredded our ability to attack this domestic terrorism. And we need to reinstate a very comprehensive assault by the federal government on that domestic threat that the FBI has said is one of the most serious threats in the country. And we know we also have to do what the mayor said, which is to bring common sense gun safety legislation to the fore. We have the NRA on the run in Washington state. Now we need to get them on the run in the nation. We need a president to do that.
How do you separate the NRA, which has really set itself up to be the organization that is supposedly speaks on behalf of gun owners, from gun owners who don't want to go down this road that the NRA is going down, this dark road in which any common sense gun legislation is an attack on your Second Amendment rights? Yep. That's not what a lot of these common sense regulations are meant to be.
Sure. What we're finding over the last 20 years is a very rapid shift in the American public, including gun owners, to understand that common sense gun legislation makes sense. They're still going to keep their hunting shotguns. And that is changing dramatically. Look, in 1994, when I was a freshman congressman, I voted to ban assault weapons knowing I'd lose my seat. And I lost my seat in Congress. But I have never regretted that vote for a nanosecond. It was the right vote then. It's the right vote now. And now so many thousands of gun owners now believe, as I do, we got to have this common sense measures. The American people have had a belly full of this violence. They're tired of their children going to school, having to worry about gun shootings as opposed to math tests. I talked to a guy the other day who was at the Iowa State Fair. He said, you know, for the first time, I went to the Iowa State Fair and I thought about gun violence at the state fair. So this country is ready for action, but we need a president who will stand up to the NRA, and I can't wait to do that.
So Governor Cuomo was on with me a little earlier, and he made an interesting point, and I think his suggestion was that there's not a lot of space between Democratic candidates on this. For most Americans, they would say Republicans aren't really doing much about this. Democrats want to do similar things. And his take, well, let's listen to it together. This is what he said the Democratic presidential candidate should do.
The Democrats should have one clear position where they can stand together, put their own personal politics aside, and say every Democratic presidential candidate, the House, the Senate, here's the Democratic position. A real comprehensive, no baby steps, gun control law, hold that up for the American public and say, here's the clear choice.
Interesting point. It's kind of the view you've taken with climate, right? That let's just all be on exactly the same side of this. Let's use the highest bar and let's all jump it. What about doing that with guns?
Well, we have the highest bar. It's my plan, right? It's the highest bar in white nationalism. It's the highest bar in gun safety, in part because I've actually experienced doing it. It is one of the advantages of being a governor, of having executive leadership where we've actually accomplished this goal and more. Look, we've got some of the strongest laws because I was able to pass them, some of which through in a bipartisan basis. So we need that kind of leadership. And so I'm glad that Governor Cuomo has endorsed my position. How's that?
Fair enough. I want to talk to you about a Ninth Circuit Court ruling on the court upholding the ruling that children held at the border must have adequate food, bedding, and sanitation.
What a radical
right. But I think what a lot of our viewers may not know is that the Trump administration argued that it is not obligatory for them to provide soap and toothbrushes and things like this. It's weird that we need a court ruling to tell them that, but this is kind of remarkable.
Well, listen, we know that this happens all the time with the administration. Our state has now sued Donald Trump and won 21 times in a row. We won on the Muslim ban. I was the first governor to stand against the Muslim ban. We're going to win some environmental measures and already have. And today he tried to shred our air pollution laws and our clean air laws. And this is ridiculous for him, and it's a window into the vacuity of the vacuum of his soul, that he is willing to expose children to these inhumane conditions. Now, one of the reasons we won is we got a good AG, Bob Ferguson, but the other is we still have a democracy, and that is worth fighting for, and that includes in the judicial system. Listen, this has reminded me of, I was just talking to someone before I came in here, what Ben Franklin said when they signed the Constitution. He walked out of the hall and somebody asked him, what is it, a monarchy or a republic? And he said, it's a republic, if you can keep her. Now, we got to fight to keep that. And that means going to court and beating this guy.
I never actually knew.
21 times.
I never understood what he meant by that until you live in these times. And
right,
you say,
now you see it.
You actually have to fight
now
for it.
Now you see it.
You might, if you become president, you might be there in the midst of an effort to buy Greenland. You know that Donald Trump is apparently investigating buying Greenland.
Well, we would prefer that he not continue down this path of allow unchecked climate change to melt Greenland so he can make it his new golf course. We would prefer to keep the ice cap. As you know, I think this should be the first job of the next president. I'm certainly saying that. If anybody agrees with me, by the way, they can make sure I'm on the next debate stage. Right. Go to jansley.com and send $1 to make sure I'm on the debate stage. We need to keep the ice in Greenland rather than the next Mar-a-Lago. That's what I believe.
Governor Jay Inslee, good to see you in person. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
We will see you September 19th and 20th at the Climate Forum.
Thank you.
Look forward to that. That does it for All In. You can catch us every weeknight at 8 p.m. right here on MSNBC.
Willie Geist here. On this week's episode of the Sunday Sit Down podcast, I get together with Neil Patrick Harris to talk about his best-selling book series, his wide-ranging career, and life with 8-year-old twins. Get it now for free wherever you download your podcasts.